everything, blah, 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 with a carefully planted exit clause at the very end. Research is going on, subject to approval of government fund. You are never going to hear about this great scientist for the next 5 years. If you happen to have any direct connection with this scientist, you will ask, they say, oh, I have this brilliant idea, but government is not paying me money. You saw this country is rotten. They are not giving me money. So otherwise I would have done this and I would have done that, but nothing happened. Every now and then we find great claims. Indian scientists never make small claims, great claims. Here is a claim that farmers will now be revolutionized using some kind of molecular biology stuff. So there are always great claims, as I said, in the second-rate newspapers, making a splash for a day and then vanishing. So that is also another thing. As a common man, you wonder, there must be great guys, but somehow maybe people are corrupt, government is something bad, maybe we are poor, maybe we are superstitious, maybe the politicians are bad, our religious diverse. So we have got religious diversity, maybe that is the thing. But we all believe that something is not correct. Maybe we do have great guys, and somehow we do not even explain how these great guys suddenly arrive. People who are contributing in nanotechnology and molecular biology when even basic education suffers. But somehow they are there, they get Bhatnagars, they get this prize, that prize. Sometimes, but somehow nothing changes. So that is the third observation that I made. Now the last observation, the fourth observation is, recently there is a boom of higher education institutes. Just as there are high-rise buildings everywhere, we have higher education institutes imparting teaching in nanotechnology, molecular biology, this and that. You name one big name, and there's a big institute for that with state-of-the-art computation, state-of-the-art everything. Ask any real student, they will say, oh no, they are actually very poor quality institutes. They have no good teacher, basement is very bad, 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 bad. But they're huge institutes, it's shining laboratories and lots of big claims. And these things are mushrooming everywhere. So suddenly people will say that, oh, India is doing great. There are so many high-level institutes, research institutes, everyone is doing research. There is no infrastructure, but they're doing research. And research in the topmost things. No simple thing, no elementary thing. Indians never do elementary stuff. Always nanotechnology, molecular biology, outer space things. They're always doing big, big things. Yet there is no basic education and all the fundamental things are bad and everyone says they are bad. But somehow these things are mushroom. So these are four observations that I hope you will all agree with. I am not claiming that this is because of this or that is because of that. I am merely stating that these are four things I think no Indian can possibly deny, and you may have your own interpretation, like there used to be some great scientists, but some foreign invasion destroyed them. Others may say that no, Indians really have no tradition, all those things are nonsense. You may have your own view of to explain them. I am not going into that, but I hope you all agree that these four things do exist and somehow contrast with each other. So when I was trying to plan my life, what should I do, having had a degree and according to Indian standard, I have a pretty immaculate career, doing very well in exams and passing and then getting a foreign degree, then coming back. So naturally, I have to have some guiding principles. So what do I do with all these degrees and certificates and etc. etc. What do I do? Then I started to think about it. And this is what I kind of decided. So from this point onwards starts my personal views. I think that the main problem is that we Indians have a mercenary attitude towards science, technology, and innovations. I use the word mercenary attitude for want of a better term. So let me explain what I mean by a mercenary attitude. So it is like this. Suppose you are very angry with someone. You are very angry with someone, you want to kill that guy. Maybe he has humiliated your father, or you have some kind of religious anger, whatever. You are very, very angry, you want to take revenge. Just like in various movies we see, someone wants revenge and for the entire life keeps on tracking that person and eventually succeeds in murdering. So that is one type of murder. Now, that is not mercenary murder. You really care about that. I'm not saying murder is good or bad. Murder is bad. But you did it for your own satisfaction. Now, the mercenary type of murder is someone who is like a serial killer, who doesn't care. He just kills whoever he is paid to kill. So you say that you have to kill that guy. He just finds out various details about that guy, goes there, shoots him, takes the money, and goes away. Doesn't even care whom he has killed. As long as he gets the money and he can get away, he is fine. That is the mercenary attitude. So I am doing whatever I am doing, I am not doing for my own satisfaction. I am doing it to satisfy someone else, and that someone else will pay me money or something like money. Because of that indirect reason, I am carrying out this. So that is what I mean by a mercenary attitude. Now I think that most Indians, what do I mean by most? If I will possibly rank it as 99.99999%, Indians do science and technology with a mercenary attitude. They do not believe for a moment that all their scientific expertise comes to any value unless it is praised by someone, typically someone in the West. So whenever we do anything, we do it much, and excuse my rather rude analogy, we do it much like a tame dog who runs to get the ball for his master and then wags his tail, hoping that the master will give him some dog biscuit. So the dog has no reason to bring the ball. A dog left to himself will not play with a ball. But the master has trained the dog to bring that ball, and the dog shows all energy and all enthusiasm to bring the ball and wags his tail and get some dog biscuit. Unfortunately, most of our Indians do precisely the same. Now, this analogy might be very shocking. My apologies. But let me just ask this question. We know that there are many people in India. I am talking about the very academically prosperous people who are in, say, various professors, research scholars. Many of them write computer programs. So, in fact, Indians are known to be some of the best computer programmers in the world. They drive most of the Silicon Valley things indirectly from India or directly working there. How many programmers or computer science professors or computer science students have ever written a computer program for his or her own purpose? Here is a program, I show it to someone. That someone will say, oh great, it may be they will pay me money, it may be my paper will be published, it may be I will possibly get an increment, it may be there is a government project which says that you should do this. Say something like you write a program to help the blind people read. Now, I as a scientist never have cared about blind people, but there is a government project. If I do that, I will get money. So I am doing this. The moment the project is over, or if the project is cancelled halfway, all my interest goes down. I'm not saying that it is bad. I am saying, is there anything other than this that a person is doing? Surprisingly, this number of persons who do this, I guess, will be zero for most institutes. And I belong to one of these institutes, and I am connected with other institutes, so I sort of know the insider story. No one even writes 5 lines of script to do something in his or her own life. We look for apps someone else has written. We search through menu items. We get frustrated that we cannot click so many menu items. We shout, we yell, we hold seminars about free and open source software, but we never write a program which will help us, not for giving it to others, not for showing off. Say here is a computer. The computer is a very powerful instrument, and there cannot be the situation that there is absolutely nothing that the computer can do for me. My life is so very full that the computer has no role to play in my life. That just can't be, right? But have we ever used the computer? Writing a little program, anyone has written an app which will help him or her to achieve something in life, not for posting in say Google Play Store. Many Indians do that. But here's the computer that I hold in my hand, so if I do something, it will help, just some little thing. You will see that this number, as I said, is 0, possibly 1 or 2 in 2 or 3 institutes, and otherwise it is just planned. Even if it is just writing a little bit of code, read from a file, do this little processing, write into a file, we'll start looking for, can we get an app, can we download something from the internet, and especially if it has some Western backing, even that will be better. Yet, we are writing papers, we are doing lots of graph theory analysis, possibly you are working out what is the most efficient way of finding the second maximum in a list if it is given as a heap structure. We can easily find Indians who have papers on topics like this. Yet, coming to a more simple application, just for his or her own purpose, for our own benefit. No. You see, I am not saying benefit for the street side children. No, I am not saying any of those things, just for personal benefit. No one is writing anything. Everyone is doing things by looking at the West. Will they praise me? Will they praise me? If they praise me, in that case I will do this. If they stop praising me, I do the all interest. Now this reminds me, just close by we have 2 bicycle shops. Now I used to go to one of the bicycle shops because I used to like the guy there until he bought a mobile phone. Now whenever he repairs the bicycle, he keeps that mobile phone on. It is showing something, some movie or whatever. With his eye glued on the mobile phone screen, he will try to repair bicycles. Naturally, his quality of repair has gone down a lot. And he will not do small things because small things are not worthwhile. He wants to watch the movie. And as a result, his business has gone down. Now, Indian scientists or Indians in general, these academic Indians, are like that thing. They're all looking at the West. Will they praise me? Will they praise me? They're not looking at the job that they are doing at hand. They are always looking, will I get a praise? Will they call me to America? Will they give me a government grant? Will they allow me to get a visiting position abroad? Will someone else? Now, I'm not saying that is bad. That's how it is. We are a third world country, poor, and Americans and Western people are rich. They pay hefty amount of money for something for which we can earn only a little amount of money. So I'm not against those things. You have to do those things. If you are a third world country person and you want money, well, you do those things. But my question is, even after doing all these things, don't we have enough time left for being selfish? In fact, that brings me to the important thing. What I would suggest is, so it is very easy to say this is bad and that is bad. So what do we suggest? Something like we can very easily say that the politicians are all corrupt or so many people are illiterate. But that is something which we just say and, oh, the system is bad. We blame someone else and we are doing fine in the sense I have nothing to do. If the PM is corrupt and the CM is corrupt and this M is corrupt and that M is corrupt, what can I do? But in the way I am saying this, there is something that we can do. In order to explain this, let me take an analogy. Suppose we all watch a movie, right? We all like to watch a movie. We write papers, we teach, we also watch a movie. We also go to treks, we also listen to music. Now there's a difference. When we say we write a paper, we always write a paper so that we can get published. We can get published in a very well-known journal or maybe even in Indian journals if that is somehow connected with some grant. Suppose you are trying to write a book in vernacular. So many people will say, yes, yes, we want to do that. There are so many poor Indians, they cannot read English, we want to help them. But fundamentally, the point will be, does this mean that there is some government grant that I can get? Somehow, can I convince the government that I am doing a great job and get some money out of the government's pocket? And is there some award that I get? Maybe if I can collect a few such awards, I might scrape through the promotion process. So can I do that? So even before we would care to write our first line, we start actually researching about all this stuff. Can we get something? Can we get something for someone else? Same mercenary attitude. And because of this mercenary attitude, these things I put in one category, writing paper or even teaching. Because all the things that we teach have almost nothing to do with our everyday life. We teach nanotechnology, where even, let alone micro, even ordinary making a faucet, making a tap, is something that we Indians are not expert at doing. Look at any public place staircase leading to various flyovers, you will see that they are not even parallel. For example, here at Kolkata, at Ultodanga, there's a place called Ultodanga. So if you look at all the stairs, you will see even the stairs are not parallel. We cannot even manage to make things parallel. Our technology is that poor. But we are teaching molecular biology, nanotechnology, and of course the teachers who are teaching have no clue what they are teaching. They are crammed from some book, they are reproducing it from that. That reminds me, I was once listening to some such guy who was trying to motivate youngsters, some top grade youngsters, this Inspire Fellowship thing, 1%, top 1% student, and this guy is a scientist in so-called Research Institute of India. So he was he was giving this lecture on these things. This very thin layer of graphites and molecules are strung together, and he was claiming that we Indians are doing this and doing that. Now, after the end of the lecture, I just asked him, so how do these things feel when you touch? You said that these are available as sheets. He was saying that these are available as sheets nowadays in Korea. And he said, I have never even touched one in my life. They will not let us touch it. Yet, he was claiming to do lots of research and lots of these, of course, all bogus and lies, impressive stuff. So this is one group. Now for the other group, watching movie and going to trek and listening to music. When we watch a movie, we do not care whether others are impressed by it. Say, I want to watch Shah Rukh Khan movies, which, by the way, I do not like. But suppose I want to watch Shah Rukh Khan movies and someone else likes to watch Godar and Truffaut, oh, the big shots. Most people will not be ashamed to say, hey, I like Shah Rukh Khan movies. I pay my own money to buy my own ticket. I will watch whatever I want to watch. I am doing that for my own sake. I am not going to watch a Godar movie simply because someone else will say, hey, this guy is very cultured. There, we do not care about what others tell. When we listen to music that pleases us. When we go for a trek, we choose a trek that we like. For example, I would like to trek to Sandakpur. If someone says, you can go to a trek to Everest Base Camp, I will say, oh no, that is too difficult for me. I am not going to enjoy it. If someone says, why not visit just downtown Darjeeling, I will say, no. I like hills, but not a very congested hilltop. I would like to go to Sandakpur. So everyone has his or her level that I like to do this for my own pleasure. I give this example just to show that we all have a personal space in our life. Now my point is, can't we bring science, technology and innovation into that personal space? Ask yourself. By this I mean, I ask myself that there are things that I really like. And I know mathematics, I have learned some physics, I can do computer programming, I have access to so many international quality books, I can read science books. Can I not improve that part of my life? Or do I always have to just wait for someone to make my favorite movie, someone to make my music? Can I not do things myself? So I know how to write a program. And you'll be surprised to know that during my career, I have always been known to be a good programmer. I'm not showing off. Just to give the next example, I'll just tell you this. And my professor said that I am a good programmer. Now my colleagues say I am a good programmer. But in my entire life, I have been only asked twice by two people to write a program for them. And surprisingly, both of them are Americans. No one ever said, hey, you are a good programmer, so here is a problem that I really want to solve. Can you write a program for that for me? No. Well, I must say there is one exception that is taking place right now. So there is one Indian who has asked me this. So I should be fair to him. But otherwise, people say, oh, here's a great programmer. He knows this language. He knows that language. He's a great honor for us, this and that. But so do you have any use for it? Actually, I really do not have any use for that. Yes, you are great. I can give you a certificate. We can praise you. But we really do not have any use for that. But two Americans found use for that, which is very surprising and ironic. Obviously, it cannot be that computer, which is such a powerful thing, mathematics, which is the universal language, just does not have anything to make me happy. There has got to be something, right? But have we ever stopped to think about that? Now I stopped and I started thinking about it. And to be humble, I am not sounding very humble, I know, but now I will sound very humble when I say I have not found a single reason why I have learned Newton's laws of motion. Now, don't think that I do not think that there is no application of Newton's laws of motion. No, there are zillions of them, and I have been working out those things. As I said, I have been a quote-unquote good student, so I have solved those things. I can do them with calculus, without calculus, these and these, blah, 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 blah. I can solve IIT papers, but does it help? That is, had I not known this subject, will anyone in the world be worse off? No. Would I be any worse off? No. And I thought, seems to be the useless thing. Now, this keynote address is not a very radical call to everyone to say, now you start fighting against your physics teachers and throw away those things, you do not need them. No, I am not making any such thing. I am merely saying, can we find something which will fill up that personal space, the space which is full of our music, our favorite films, our favorite trekking destinations and all those things. And here is our favorite technological innovation which makes my life beautiful. My life. Mobile phone makes my life beautiful, but it's not my innovation. Radios make my life useful. Oh, Jagadish Bose did something. Well, Jagadish Bose is Jagadish Bose. Indian, I agree, but that's not me. The knowledge that I get, if I know a lot about, say, something like, say, radio engineering, will that help me to make a little piece of radio that I like to make? It is not a question of, yes, I can make it, but shall I make it? Will it please me? And the answer, surprisingly, turns out to be no. But I'm not trying to sound very pessimistic. Think of it in this way. As I said, you want to watch a movie. So every Friday there are new movie releases. You go through them, the entire list. There are 20 movies released. You find one, no, you do not like that. You do not like that. You do not like that. Well, there is one that you like, and your life is full. You need only one movie to watch, right? Say your quota is you are going to watch one movie per week. As long as you can find one movie to watch, you are not going to fret and fume about the remaining 19 movies being unwatchable. Who cares about that? You are trying to please yourself. You are not trying to write a review about the recent Indian movie scenario. If you do not like Shah Rukh Khan movies, don't watch them. That's it. If you find something to watch, that is enough. In fact, if you find two things that you like to watch, possibly that is going to be difficult, because now you have to decide which one you actually want to go to. Getting only one is actually even better than getting two. So look at our science and these innovations and all these things from that viewpoint. That's how I did. I found that most of the things that I've learned, things that are getting me money, got me lots of certificates. People will say, wow, wow, he's a great guy because he did his PhD from Stanford. Who cares? Yes, that's a big place. I was there. I like the place, but if you say, this guy is from Stanford, oh, so he must be a great guy, nonsense, completely bogus statement. Am I pleasing you? If I am not pleasing you, then I am not pleasing you. That's it. Similarly, am I pleasing myself? If I am not pleasing myself, then who cares about Stanford? It so happens Stanford did please me. I learned nice swimming. I learned to play various musical instruments. I learned to play one musical instrument. I had a wonderful time learning to draw. Frankly speaking, I hardly learned anything about statistics and these things. They were just bogus things. So the point is, what is pleasing me, and can I bring that science, technology, and innovation into that part of my life? You see, I said I learned to play musical instrument. No, not science, technology, innovation. I did not do any science, technology, innovation. I practiced, that is true. Swimming, no, I practiced, the teacher worked for me, my swimming improved, true. I sketched, I did softwares. I did not write any of those softwares. I used their things. So somehow science, technology, innovation remains in one compartment. My love remains in another compartment. Now I will tell you a story. When I was at Stanford, I had a friend. I will not name him because maybe he will not like that I mentioned his name. He was a very good guy. He was a physics student. And as many of you might be knowing, there's a place called Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. He used to do his PhD there. He was from Maharashtra, did his master's from IIT Mumbai. And he was a very down-to-earth guy, but not the very snobbish kind of fellow, as there are many snobbish Indians at Stanford, but he was not that type. And he was once just strolling with me, and he said, you know, you are very lucky that you study statistics. And I said, why do you think so? Because we statisticians are considered sort of looked down upon there at Stanford. The big shot Indians were all computer science guys and double guys, even physics guys. Stanford is not that well known for physics, other than for the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, I think. So this guy was like looking down at me. He said, you are very fortunate. And I said, why? He said, you know, whatever you learn is relevant for our country. So you go back to our country and you can continue to work there. He did not have any clear idea about statistics, but just from a layman's view, he thought that that is going to be the case. So I asked him, but you are learning physics. So physics is something universal. So is it that physics does not work in India? So physics does not work in India. So why, if you want to go back to India, why not? And he said, no, because whatever I have learned is great things. I need a big laboratory to make even the basic experiments. Back in India, I will not get that. So there will be politics and all those things, but just for the sake of the precision, that if I want to get published or something, again, the same mercenary attitude, then I cannot. So if I go back to India, I say that I love my country, then I have to leave my other love. Because he has studied, he is a very sincere student, he has really learned that stuff, but since he has learned it with a mercenary attitude, he cannot take it back. So he gets stuck. For me, at least he thought that I am free, I can come back and still continue my research, which I personally believe is not true, because the same mercenary attitude prevails not just in physics, everywhere in India, and statistics or Indian Statistical Institute is no exception. So the only way you can do it, at least the only way I could do it, again I am sounding very arrogant, is I was talking to myself, I am talking to myself, so when I say you, I mean me, is by carefully looking for things that will really invade your personal space, your space of happiness, using science, technology, and innovation. And that, according to my experience, requires quite a bit of research. And this research is every bit of it worth it. Because at the end, you please yourself. It's just like you are looking for a good movie. Once you succeed, the reward is immediate. You get to watch that great movie, right? So it's not that you are doing it for someone else, and that someone else, maybe that someone else does not care. You believe that the government will give you money, the government pays you half the money, doesn't pay the rest of the money, you get frustrated. There is no such via media. You do it for your own sake. And that, I think, really solves the problem at the individual level. Now, I have been doing this for how many? 2005 onwards. So I finished my PhD in 2003, and then I started to think and what is really I should do. And then I hit upon this idea, and since then I've really spent a lot of time to figure out what pleases me, and can I somehow bring my knowledge, my mathematics knowledge, my programming knowledge to make my life better. For example, just now I said that whether you write an app that pleases you, in fact, I use those apps. I just write things for my own sake so that I can create videos, and videos on what? The things that I like. I'm not using this app. This app is very good from Google Store. That app is very good from Google Store. As if always the Western guys are supposed to provide you, and you will only please the Western guys. Much like a dog master relationship. You protect his house, you do not care about his house, but you protect it. In return, the master will give you food. Why not earn your own food? Why not earn your own happiness? No fighting. One can continue to do all sorts of other things. I do. For example, I earn my actual fat salary by doing nonsense, just like any other, just like everyone else. But I still have that space. Everyone has that space, right? Everyone watches movie, everyone listens to music. Except that in that space, I consciously inject my knowledge about mathematics, programming, whatever knowledge you have. It requires quite a bit of conscious planning. It doesn't work because we are taught in such a mercenary way that if you say you want to use anything to your life, it just seems completely blank. And I am not trying to make any bloated sentimental statement like every Indian is your brother, so don't just work for America. Think of the poor farmers in India, do something for them, because most of us have no idea what the farmers are doing or what they need. If we start with such bloated sentimentalism, it always ends up saying, is there a government project which will give me money if I claim to work for the Indian farmers? It will always end up like that. Very recently, there was I came to know about a lady, she will remain unnamed, partly because I have forgotten her name, who came to me saying that I want to do some, so I want to do some innovation. So, government of India occasionally gives grant for innovations, and if you look at all the places where the students put their focus on are all mercenary attitudes. For example, they will try to solve how to improve the environment, how to reduce global warming. Indians never work in small scale. They always do big things. So even an Indian student who has got no infrastructure can't think of a very simple way of improving a little program. If you ask him to innovate, he will give you a scheme on how to make the world free of plastics. He will use plastic when he will buy fruits, but he will give you a plan of how to make that free of plastic, possibly using nanotechnology, molecular biology, and if he can somehow fit a sonar sensor, he will sure to do that. You just go to any of these innovation fairs in any college, you will see all sorts of bloated ideas floating around. Now this girl was one of them, so she said this. Now I gave her this simple suggestion. Of course, she didn't like it. After 6 months, she came again to my office, beaming. I found my way. And what did you do? Oh, I found a way by which you can have an app, which is of course written in Kotlin. The reason is obvious, you get lots of free Kotlin codes that you can download and use. because the Western people want Indians to learn Kotlin so that Indians can serve them well, so you get them for free. She has just downloaded it, changed some labels, and claims that she has done this so that the deaf and dumb people can learn concepts of science. Ooh. Even the people with perfect hearing and eyesight cannot learn these things. But this lady, because of her super love for the Indian disabled people, she has created this app. So she showed me this app, a very typical Indian app. You click, click, click. Most of the links do not work. They are coming soon. But she has a good proposal. She has sent a government proposal. And the reason she came beaming to me is because she has got a grant. That is the holy grail of the mercenary attitude. She has got it on biscuit. She is wagging her tail a lot. Okay, so she said that she is going to finish all those things. Some minister has called her. She has to go to Kerala. It will be inaugurated. Okay, she showed me. And then after 2 months, she came again to me, showed me some pictures. Here is some Kerala minister hugging her. And I said, okay, that's good. So what happened to this app that you are written? So what happened to the remaining steps? She said, oh, they will be completed. This is the first part of the project. If they grant the second part money, I will do them. And I said, okay, whatever the first part you have done, now suppose there is some deaf and dumb girl who wants to use this thing. How would you use it? She said, oh, I'm the scientist, That's up to the government. And governments are so corrupt. They do not connect to the ordinary people, but I am the scientist. So that is a very typical innovativeness. Now, so far, whatever I have said, the solution that I gave, kind of, even if you agree that yes, that is a thing to do, you will say, but it's very selfish. Not that selfishness is always bad, but can you not do something in the global context? Not everyone just wants to do things for ourselves. There are people who really want to help others. But if you just say everyone is bad and everyone is only doing things in a mercenary attitude, that's bad. I'm not saying that. I say 99.9999%. So I've left something. What can I do? Well, the solution is very simple. First, you finish step 1. Again, I'm telling myself. First, you finish step 1. That is, you find some application of science and technology in your own life. Whatever, something that pleases you, something which does not require someone else's clap to please you. Now, if this pleases you, here in a country of so many people, you are one. Can it be that you are the only one who is pleased by this? If you are pleased, highly likely there will be 10,000 other people who will also be pleased by the same thing. 10,000 is a very small fraction in the Indian population. You surely do not think that you are the only guy in India who loves this particular thing that you figured out. Now these 10,000 people are scattered all over the place. You may not see that the next door neighbor or your next office colleague shares your view. They may not like it. But these 10,000 people must be there. Like just law of large number. Even if the probability is 0.0001, in this huge country with so many people, there must be a sizable chunk who also shares this view. They are also going to be pleased. What do? You have already found a solution for yourself. Simply share it. No help. Just share. And for that, use technology. Use whatever, Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, whatever. If you have done something that pleased you, just put it out to please anyone else who may or may not like it. I'm not saying that you make it complete so that many other people can use it. You are not doing anything for them. You are just being selfish. But after you have finished using them, science, technology, and innovation, after you have consumed them, they are not over. They are not like food. They're still there. Okay, just put it in a publicly visible place. That's it. That, I think, will do wonders. And if you look at how the West really became so very superior, That's what they did. They just shared stuff. Someone had this idea. I'll give you an example. When I was applying abroad, I had to find out lots of details about what is the application procedure, this and that, etc., etc. So I thought that since I am going to find out all these things by asking my seniors or my teachers or just sending emails to foreign universities, these things are not going to change very quickly. So the students next year might benefit from them. So whatever I had, I was just dumping them in a computer file. We always do that, right? I just dumped it in a computer file, put an HTML tag and close the HTML tag at the two ends. I didn't know much HTML at that time. If HTML sounds like a gibberish to you, it is the particular format in which you write web pages. Very trivial thing. And then after I had finished my application procedure, all that I did was I put these 4 pages, there were just 4 pages up on the web. That's it. Without any claim, this is great, this is beautiful, things were not properly formatted. I didn't care. If I used them, someone might use it. And in no time, some people suggested this, some people suggested that. And after 4 years, I still maintain that page. That is, whenever someone just gave me something, I posted it. I didn't even care to format it. I just wrote one line of disclaimer. Whatever is written is provided as is. I just deleted the email headers and I left it like that. And you will not believe me, it became a website which was bigger than our Indian Statistical Institute website at that time. Now it was, now of course our Indian Statistical Institute website is much bigger. Simply by throwing away the things. Instead of throwing them away in the trash bin, I just threw them in the recycle bin. That's it. Did nothing more. I hardly spent any additional time for that. And it went nicely. Now after 4 years, when my PhD was over, I continued to maintain that page for some time, and then I thought that I cannot do it anymore because I do not know about the new things, about the new computer-based systems, etc. that I have it. So I said that I will just not do that, and I just asked someone else to continue. Now that someone else did a good job, but eventually it came to someone else who was one of those social activist kind of people, who was doing this, who was doing that, who will fight for people's rights, etc., etc., etc. But he lacked the very important thing. He did not know how to share. So he praised me a lot, praised others a lot, but did not share anything. He had that mercenary attitude. He will do things only when he becomes visible and he is praised by someone else. And that website became just like any other Indian website. Lots of pages, very little relevant information. So, as I said, mercenary attitude. But if you share, it solves things. Okay? Now, I must say that I am betrayed. I am betrayed by the clock that I see over there. I just now noticed that it is stuck at 10:15 for quite some time. But treacherously, the second hand still is vibrating, so I thought it is running. I now notice that I have run out of time. So I think I will stop here. I will just mention one thing, that does this mean that we have this attitude will solve everything? No, no, no. As I said, I was just planning things for myself. There is one thing which makes life very difficult, and that is we have this mercenary attitude, and this attitude is exploited fully by the Western people. As I said, we Indians behave much like dogs. I am an Indian. I may sound unpatriotic, but I include myself in the lot. And the Western people behave like human beings, the way human beings use dogs to serve their purposes. They feed dogs, but as dogs. So whenever you want to rise, really rise, they will make sure that you do not rise. So that's the foreign clam on top of it. So whatever I said is at the individual level. It has a lot of scope to spread within our state. For example, the books that I have written, that's why I put that in the introduction thing, not just as an advertisement. Yes, it was advertisement to some extent. It was again the same thing, something that I like, And my publisher says, do this, make it in English, it will sell more. I do not care. I like this and I will do only this, and I just share. And it continues merrily. And that is basically what I wanted to say, that this is not that elixir which is going to solve our problem. I do not believe that there is any elixir, because our mercenary attitude is our weakness, and the Western people know that this is our weakness. They are utilizing that to the fullest. Well, I think I should stop. I think I've overshot. So I will stop. If there are any questions, you want to shout, and you cannot throw tomatoes at me because I am protected by my phone. But that's it. Thank you. If you are still listening, thanks for your patience. Hey, anybody there? Anybody awake?
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Here?
So should I leave? I can hear you.
So because continue data.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the down-to-earth approach to science. I think there is one magazine called Down to Earth,
Yeah.
the Nature magazine. You are an exemplification of that, and I enjoyed every word of what you said. That's the
Oh,
first
thank
point
you.
that I want to make. Second, I think you have hit the nail on the head when you said the truth, which is, very difficult to digest. It is like, even when you said, even my stomach was churning, as because we have this contradictory consciousness of wanting to be the best in front of the outsider,
Yeah.
and ignoring to ourselves the truth within ourselves.
Yeah.
So this, in a way, is also exemplified in our attempt to the reverse of making everything beautiful inside the house and not really bothered whether it is outside or not.
Yeah, good point.
But when we are outside, it is the reverse operating. So you
Yeah.
hit the nail on the head in saying that we need to confront our mercenary perceptions of dealing with science. And secondly, you said, and I love it, that if at all we want to change the world, and this is the Gandhian philosophy, let us begin with ourselves. So, I do my science because that science is benefiting me. Not in the narrow, selfish sense. I don't think at all that's what you are trying to say. But you are trying to make the point that if we want to contribute to science in any significant way, that contribution cannot come because we are going to solve the human problem or the entire global problem, but because we have solved some local small problem which we are day by day grappling. So I think these 2 points that you have made on this Science Day, I think is what we, or every young science student, ought to be hearing. So first of all, my sincere appreciation and thanks to you. Just since we are in the question hour, and in order just to carry this forward, my question would be, looking at the science firmament of our structure in India today, like you are in ISI, and we have the Indian Science in Bangalore, we have the Tist, we have some very good institutions and very good individuals doing good work as well. Now, in this transition that we are experiencing, that's what I was trying to say in some sense in my opening remarks. We seem to be in a kind of a conflictual situation of thinking that uh, this way of trying to beat the West in its game is not going to work. Therefore, let's go the reverse way and say that we are not bothered about that, and we have something else of the gloried past to rely on and bring that back. I mean, I can't hide that, the UGC announcement with regard to, the research on the the examination. So on this contestation of the science space in India today, what is your take? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very interesting, but I would not so humbly contradict by saying that this idea that there are some very good institutes of science and there are some people who are doing very good work, I really do not think that there are any good institutes of science in India. And the people who are supposedly doing good job are essentially hoax. Now, this is of course something that people will sue me and I have no way of winning, but I'll just say out. So, in fact, as I said, as my fourth point, as my fourth observation, that India has this boom of all sorts of very modern institutes and great people doing great work. And the point is, why is it that we suddenly have these great people doing great work? We hardly have any tradition. You'll say, no, we have got Brahmagupta, we have got Satyan Bose, and etc. But there is really no tradition. We cannot see any connection between, say, Srinivas Ramanujan and ourselves. Srinivas Ramanujan didn't start a line of thought which produced some institute. All these institutes were thrusted on top of us by the West. Now, why were they thrusted? So we have to understand that before we understand that these hoax institutes and their hoax scientists are not going to solve anything. So I will give you these simple things. I'll give you two examples. So there is a place called, well, I possibly should not name it because maybe then I will not hear from scientists but from lawyers. One of the big, very well-known institutes in the South, where the very director, the very first director, was a kind of very friendly to me. So he said this to me, that government has given us money, 3 crore rupees to start the institute and some huge palatial building kind of thing. Absolutely no other infrastructure. So what can we do? Obviously no decent student or no good researcher is ever going to come to that place. So what can we spend the money on? And the answer is inevitably we buy computers. That's one example. The other example is I was present in the sign up of MOU between one of the most famous institutes in India and one of the most famous research centers. I have already given you the last part of their names as a hint. And I was present. I was one of the quote-unquote scientists. And this research center scientists said at the very first point, we do not have any data. We do not have any data. So they were studying something like how nuclear fission waste will percolate through groundwater. We do not have any data. But we have got this topic from some US website. So it seems that we can do a lot of research on them. But we have a lot of money for buying computers. And of course, the MOU was signed between the director of this All India Institute with its All India Research Center. And I was, of course, one of those people who got benefited out of that. So maybe I am squealing. So this actually exemplifies why we see so-called all these top-level institutes. Because the modern day industry is information technology. Even war industry is actually based on information technology. And in order to sell information technology, you need to sell computers. So computers in their various forms. Even mobile phones are computers. Now, how can you sell computers to a country where almost everyone is illiterate. Even the literate people in our country are basically illiterate. How can you sell computers? So you need some excuse. It's the same way. At one time, indigo plantation was very lucrative. So the Western people forced Indians, especially the rural population of Bengal, to plant indigo. It never helped those rural population. It just completely destroyed agriculture in Bengal. Because at that time, that was the lucrative thing. Now, information technology is the lucrative thing. You cannot sell computers to someone who is just illiterate. You need an excuse. So the Western people thought about an excuse. They suddenly said, oh, you Indians are great. You know, you can do lots and lots of research. You have got full of world-class researchers. So they quickly created a bunch of researchers. You see, whenever you say someone is great, you basically mean the Western people say he is great. He goes to America very often, has some American collaborators or some Western collaborators. Some Americans or some Westerners come to visit him often. So they are great guys. You never care whether they are really doing anything. You know, the foreigners say they are great. So they must be great. I once saw that at our institute there is something written very near the entrance of the library that Schottenborg should have been given the Nobel Prize, said by some Western scientists. No one cares what Schottenborg really did. In fact, I asked quite a few physicists what his contribution, and they are quite fuzzy about that. What his contribution. But some foreign guys have said he was great, so he must be great. So the Western people quickly created this ambience of greatness. Hey, you are all great guys. Since you are great guys, you need some great tools to work with. And what great tools? Of course, you should buy computers. So they started some sale points of computers. The sale points are what we think of higher education institutes. And the salesmen are the people who sign the documents to squeeze out our Indian money to the account of the computer businessmen are called the scientists and research workers. So you often see, oh, the poor people, they cannot do, the poor students, they can't do anything. So let's give them tabs. 50% of this cost will be borne by the government. Wait a second, this 50% actually comes from our money, which was given for education. That went out. Of course, tabs do not help at all when there are so many problems. The same is true about this. Now, I personally know about some people who are one of these top guys giving advice to government people, etc. It so happened in one institute that I was linked with, I'm not saying it is the Indian Statistical Institute. So I was in a meeting and the expertise of one of these top guys, he was typically called the father of something in the Indian context, a big shot, and we really needed that thing. So one of the people present in the committee said that we have that expert, so why don't we just create a little software? So with that thing, I do not dare to mention that thing because then I'll be identified too easily and I'll be in trouble. And that big shot said, oh, no way, we have no expertise to do that. But he has got something like 114 crore rupees to do center of excellence of blah, 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 blah. With what? What did he do with that? Of course, by computers. What else? And the computers are piled one on top of another. There are people who have got 5 computers sitting in front of them, can barely write an email and write papers using some LaTeX, doesn't understand that. But there are people who will do that. So to think that in the Indian science firmament there are lots of big things is a completely bogus statement. There isn't any of those things. They are just nonsense. So I know it sounds terrible and I am being recorded. I hope people who are there to sue me will think that this fellow is just worthless, not worth suing. But I might be sued. I don't know. So sorry if I sound rude. I am just being honest.
Thank you, sir. It is
Okay,
the
thank you very much. Okay.
uninhibited.
I'm leaving then.
Sir, we have some time for some more questions from the audience. If you please, it is the most uninhibited and non-diplomatic talk we have ever listened to. Yes, at least I have listened to. Thank you so much, sir. We all appreciate. Thank you so much. And the session is open to questions. So please, whoever are listening us online, please you can type in your questions if you have any. Sir.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe, yeah, maybe somebody typing in. Yes. I cannot
Oh,
see it
yes.
right now.
Okay, I can see it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I can see it. Thank you. Thank you.
I think everybody
Oh,
is completely spellbound by your speech, sir.
okay, so it is unquestionably good. So you can't ask questions. Okay, then
Okay.
goodbye. Thanks for your questions.
Okay. So thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm leaving.
Yeah, please. Father Principal wants to say.
So, having said that, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think one thing is to be grounded, to be daring to face the truth as you have done, and to question each of us. And the other thing, as a head of an institution, as people here, I am now talking to our science department, which is very small. We have a good physics department, we have a mathematics department, and our statistics is a subsidiary learning, general elective course. We have economics. This is a very small, let's say, unit of young people with young
Okay.
faculty, with one who has been a guiding light, one of the former retired professors of physics with us. I am looking at what your observation is, having seen the world and the ground reality of Indian science situation, and I'm looking at my ground reality of
Okay.
this science department that has been for the last 5 years consistently doing on this day something by bringing each year people from or prominent, I mean, people, when we say people whom we know, even all of you were contacted because somebody or the other in the faculty here knew you personally, like
Okay.
that we have as an expression of giving motivation to the younger generation. See, you and
Okay.
I, let's say, or like Vasadas here, all three of us, and maybe here there is with us Vikram Chandra. We have been to, let's say, Stanford, to Princeton. I did my, or to, to Stanford, to Harvard. So and that in a way has we have been sucked into that. We have been sucked into the excellence that has been created there as the only direction in which we can progress. And again, I come back to saying, so in a way, therefore, there is a justification to the critique that is coming to the entire Indian, this transition as a culture that we are making now, to saying there's something else that we can ground ourselves on. Is there some truth that we need to be facing? So I come to saying that to young people, I would like to, sum up your very honest and critical perception by saying, just like you are there to point and to speak
Okay.
the, let's say, the other side of the hidden or unhidden truth, or unveiling the truth, and that is also Indian science. You are also Indian science. And
Yeah.
similarly, therefore, there are genuine attempts being made. And what I see in front of me is one such. I mean, not that we are boasting, but as you said, we have solved our own problem because we gave 2 lakhs to a company who said who will run all your management thing, and we, had to eat the humble pie. At the end, we said, let's start from scratch. And our own people sitting here, our computer science people created our ERP. We are
Okay,
using that.
very good.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are using what we have created. So I see what you are saying
Yes,
happening.
that
In
is
fact,
it.
today we are going to release our digital policy. Means
Yes.
how from when March 14th the lockdown started, from
Uh-huh.
March 16th, we started our online class. And I
Okay.
had something like 100 different fellows calling me up, as you said, to be the dog for the master, saying, we will give you. You don't have to do
Okay.
anything. I
Okay.
said, please, I have no time to talk to you because we are already doing what you are telling us that you will do for us. And in
Okay.
order to cross check, our people went and attended some of their things, and we found we have nothing new to buy from them.
Okay.
So I just want to respond to you by saying that
Yes.
all is not lost. All is
Yes.
not lost because there are some
Yes.
small pockets, and we don't consider ourselves as an exception. Where, as you rightly said, we should begin by solving our own problems. Once again,
Yes.
Dr. Arnav Chakravarti, thank you very much. Have a good
Okay,
day.
thank you very much. So I talked about the 99.99% and I now learned about the remaining 0.001%. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Uh, so this brings us to the shall I speak here? Yeah. So this brings us to the end of our keynote session. I am humbled here to present the vote of thanks for this session. So this is the fifth iteration of our national level conference to observe National Science Day. I take this opportunity on behalf of the organizing committee to thank everyone associated with this endeavor. I especially thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Arnab Chakraborty, and our plenary speakers who are supposed to join, Professor Somendra Mohan Bhattacharya, Dr. Mona Chetri, and Mr. Sandip Sengupta. I also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Father Professor George Taratil, Principal and Rector, Salesian College Shiliguri, Father Ajay Kurian, Vice Principal of Sciences, Father George Champakatinal, Bursar and Vice Principal of Humanities, Father Dr. Babu Joseph, Vice Principal of Commerce and Management, Father James Chaco, Coordinator of Postgraduate Studies, and Father uh, TL Joseph. I'm sorry, PT Saju. Um, I'd like to specially mention Dr. S.C. Das and Dhiru sir, Mr. Dhiru Datta Subba for their enthusiasm and support. Thank you so much. We again meet for the next first technical session at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Uh, just 1 or 2 minutes more, ma'am, then we'll start.
Yeah,
Just,
sure. No problem. I'm sorry I got the timing wrong.
can you hear me, ma'am?
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you
I had
now.
a
Okay.
presentation.
Hello. 11.
I had a presentation. How do I share that?
You need to share your screen, ma'am.
Okay, so I can just do that directly because I've not used Google Teams or whatever before. How do I
You need
share
to
that?
share your
Because it's not
screen, ma'am.
showing
There will be an option to share your screen.
Okay.
And
Just full screen. Because I think I'm just joining in as
yes,
I'm not the
still
one
you,
presenting. I'm just
yeah,
joining
you
in
can
as
still share your
an
screen.
audience.
You can still share your screen. You just have to select the option on your screen that allows you to share your screen.
That's exactly. I can't see where it is that I can share my screen.
Now, can you see the option to the right, bottom right
Okay,
corner
it
of
says
the
present
screen?
now, right? It says
Yes,
present
yes, yes,
now. That's
yes.
the one. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And you need to select the entire screen or the tab if you want to share a tab, and then you could proceed that way. Likewise.
All right, just give me a sec. Let's hope this works out.
I'll go and speak there. Whichever one. वीडियो पढ़ दें सर वीडियो तो वही स्ट्रीम चल रहा है ओके द वीडियो दैट मे स्ट्रीम ओके वीडियो स्विच करेगा नहीं Reverend Father Principal, our research persons, Dean of Sciences, my colleagues, and everyone present for the conference here today. I welcome you all once again, and I take the opportunity to invite you all to the first technical session of this conference today, where we are going to have where we are going to have one plenary talk and two paper presentations. For the first technical session today, we have a plenary talk by Dr. Mona Chetri, and I take the privilege to welcome Dr. Mona Chetri. Dr. Mona Chetri is a postdoctoral research fellow at Australia India uh, Institute at University of Western Australia. She received a PhD uh, from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London in 2014. She has to accredit a number of books and publications, and she has published widely on urbanization, ethnicity, politics, and development in the Eastern Himalayan borderland. Her current research focuses on intersections between gender, labor, urbanization, and infrastructure in the Darjeeling Himalaya, India. I thank Dr. Mona Chetri for accepting our invitation and agreeing to give a talk on the topic gender, migration, and precarious labor in the Eastern Himalaya region. Thank you, Dr. Mona Chetri, and I invite you to take on the talk.
Thank you very much, Vicky. And I'd like to start by thanking Salesian College for the invitation, for this privilege actually to be able to, for me to give this talk today. I'd also like to thank Father George Tharatil for the invitation, and of course to the organizers of this conference. It is really interesting that we are able to do this, given everything that's going on in the world. And it is a really interesting and wonderful opportunity for me to talk, to reconnect with scholars and academics from the region. And also, I just noticed looking at the program for the conference, I might be the only person from the social sciences who might be talking to you guys. But I still think that no matter what we do, what the things that we are studying, I think there is a lot of conversations that are common between what we study, right? So between what you study and what I study. And it's, of course, it's a really great pleasure for me. And so once again, thank you very much for this opportunity for me to give this talk. And so today I want to be talking about, this is related to my research on my gender and migration in the Eastern Himalayas, especially in Sikkim and Darjeeling. I am from Sikkim, and I can't wait to come back home. I don't know when that's going to happen, though. So I wanted to talk about this phenomena that we see around us, right? It's really ubiquitous. We see it every day. We encounter these people every day. But because it's so common and it's so around us, I suppose, fail to notice, right? And I think what I'm going to talk about today aligns with the themes of the conference, which is around education, skills, and work. And I would like to draw your attention to a very large group of young people who face a very different and possibly a very sort of uncertain future than probably what you and I face, right? But the point is that this is it's a really emerging group of people. It's an emerging group of a laboring class. And it's very interesting, and sometimes, like, it worries me to see what's going to happen. But I still think that it's important to recognize it. And I think it's also important because when we talk of informal labor and especially women working in the informal sector, we usually tend to think about women working in the agricultural sector. And while that in itself is extremely important, I think it's also very important to take into account what is actually happening, because as I say and which I suppose is sort of like a personal mission for me, the Eastern Himalayas is an extremely dynamic space that is really changing really, really fast. And we need to be able to capture this with our new research, right? So I want to be talking about a subset of young mobile women who work largely in the manufacturing and services sector in the Sikkim and Darjeeling Himalaya, but with a specific focus on Sikkim because that's where I've been conducting my fieldwork over the past 1.5 years. It's basically these women that you see in shops, malls, coffee shops. These are women who work in factories. These are women you see and encounter every day, right? But we've never really thought about it. And I will be, yeah. Just a sec. I want to share my screen. I don't know if that's going to be, how that's going to work. Just give me a second. I don't know. I'm not sure if anything is visible. Is anything visible? I'm not sure. Sorry, it's not. Stop presenting. I'm going to give it a go again.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself so I could
It's
help
not
you.
working for me.
Okay, ma'am, your screen was getting shared. Ma'am,
Share.
your screen was getting shared.
So I'm without the slides. Sorry about that. So what I would, shall I continue? What is?
Ma'am, your screen was getting shared. Once you share your screen, you don't press on the stop
You'll have to stay on
presenting
the
button.
presentation and scroll through.
Rather, you go on to your presentation so it will be visible after your
I can't
presentation.
hear.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay, your screen was getting presented. So after your screen is being presented, you don't press the stop presenting button. You rather go on to
Okay.
your presentation slide.
All right. Okay. Because I couldn't see what was
Yes,
happening.
now you just go on to your presentation slide.
So can you see my slides? Can you see my
Not,
slides?
yes, yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, I've not worked with Teams before. I'm used to just using Zoom, so really sorry about that. All right, so there are three key ideas that I want to be discussing today. So one is talk about this emergence of a new laboring class, right? So we are seeing the growth, the sort of emergence of these new set of people, young people, and the key to remember is young people. And these changes are a result of our, and when I say our, of the region, as being a participant in the larger globalization and in the global economy, and because of liberalization, right? So we see the private sector coming in a way that we've not seen before. The second thing is to talk about the intersection of gendered construction of labor. So it's not just simply that it's just men and women working these things, but there are very specific ways in which understanding of labor is being changed around what is seen as men's work and what is women's work, etc. Right? And finally, I mean, to sum it all up is to then talk about why is this important, is this whole idea of the increasing precarity, what kind of jobs that people are doing, and what, like we all work because we've got to maintain our lives and our families and all, and we all want some sort of security with our through our work. But then what are these kind of jobs leading to, right? So what is the kind of precarity that these jobs are leading to? So I would like to start off by just giving a short vignette of the work that I was doing. And these are photos of Sun Pharmaceutical in Gangtok. And Sun Pharma is one of the 40 odd pharmaceutical companies that have started up in Sikkim in the last 10, 15 years. So I just want to start off with that. So the short vignette, right, from my fieldwork. So every morning, hundreds of women enter the gates of pharmaceutical factories in Sikkim, where they will spend 7 to 8 hours checking and packing capsules and tablets, working in temperature-controlled buildings under artificial lights and breathing in air permeated with the bitter smell of chemicals. Their every move is recorded on CCTV, and their work monitored closely by male supervisors. These women are the first generation of large-scale industrial factory workers in Sikkim, which till a decade ago was absent from India's manufacturing map. And in another part of town, hundreds of young women dressed in trendy clothes and makeup take up their position in shops, malls, restaurants, cafes, as retail assistants and waitresses. And I think these are like familiar sort of snapshots, right? Like if, in Sikkim and in Darjeeling and in the hills and even in Siliguri, we see these foreign shops and melas and expos also at the same time. And the interesting thing about these two sort of jobs, these two sort of work that we see is that women who work in these jobs, right, they migrate to work to these positions, most of them, and migration is like very much regional. It's either within the state or within from, let's say, one part of Darjeeling to Sikkim, or Nepal, right? So it's very regional. But this sector, right, so finding work in this sector, it demands very little. It's easy to find work in this sector, so it demands very little from them in terms of education, technical skills, or financial literacy. But the interesting thing is that while they may not have to be very educated or have any financial literacy, the emphasis is on their youth. It's on their physical abilities, right, to do things. So working in these factories and shops is a new labor force constituted of women from rural and peri-urban areas. So this is again not sort of a phenomena that is just unique to the region. As I said, because of our increased sort of interaction with the global economy, what we're seeing is a trend that is common across the world, right? So what we're seeing is a shift in the economic sector, right? Although agriculture is still very important, but there's an increase in percentage of the number of people working and the investment in the services and in the manufacturing sector. So what we are seeing now is that the informal labor is the new normal, right? So in large parts of the developing world or the global south, informal labor is not a new thing, but we are seeing that the uptake of people working in the informal sector is increasing, right? So 61% of the world's employed are in informal labor. Of that, 90% are in emerging and developing countries. And what do we mean by informal? It's not just simply what we understand it, right? So it's actually a diversified set of economic activities. But I think the important thing here to notice is that it can either be like completely not regulated, it could be illegal, quasi-legal, but it also could be legal, but it probably has no protection from the state, right? So there's no safety net for these people. And what we are seeing is also now that it's expanded to include wage employment in unprotected jobs. So you could be working as a casual worker, you could be working in short-term labor, which actually has no protection, right? So there are no social benefits attached to that job. You could be fired anytime, and you could just, there'd be no protection for you in that job. So what we see is that it is quite interesting that this growth of the private sector, the growth of sort of the increasing incursion of globalization, we see more sort of more informality. So, the slide just shows the level of informal labor, right, in the developing world. And as you can see in India, which is like extremely bright red, right? So we've got a really large percentage of people who are working in the informal sector. So what we see is that it's very interesting, right? So with the growth of privatization, with the growth of neoliberalization, we are seeing that it is accompanied by two specific trends. So one is there's increased informality of jobs, right? And the other one is feminization of labor. So let me just like break it down. So when I say increased on informality is like you, as a worker, there are basically no safety guards. There's no you have very limited or you actually have no rights over negotiations of your salary, working conditions, or any other safety nets. There are usually also very limited unions or no unions at all. There are no pension funds or health insurance, right? So basically you end up fending for yourself. There's no one to help you out if something goes wrong. And the other one is also the feminization of labor, right? So we see in a country like India, where we've heard of feminization of labor before, right? This is not a new thing for us, right? We always think of feminization of labor, and also it's usually very domestic sort of idea, right? So what do we mean? So more women taking on these sorts of very female sort of jobs. But what we're seeing is that the kind of, so there are more women coming into the labor force, but they also seem to be taking a lot of what I know, like, what are like very female roles, right? So if you just look at the slide, the blue is for the kind of work that women take on, and the yellow is for the kind of work that men take on, right? So if we see work like which is seen as considered as very domesticated or like very female jobs, so let's say personal care workers, we have 88% of women doing that, whereas men, so very sort of jobs that are very technical or in positions of authority, which we think are very male, so it's obviously more men doing those sorts of jobs, right? So science and engineering, so we have 72% men doing that, whereas only 28% of women do these kind of jobs. So there's a very sort of gendered construction of what women can do and should do, right? And then the female labor is considered very considerably cheaper than men. And they're also considered very inherently more disciplined, right? Because of who we are as women, we are more inherently disciplined. The discipline comes from within us, which makes us then very manageable as workers, right? So this is what is attractive for private companies to hire women, is because that they're cheaper to hire. The work that women do is seen as an extension of their family, like their domestic world, and also that it's easy to easy to manage, right, compared to men who are seen as being more sort of being outside, and they're difficult to control, and etc., right? So there's very sort of like sexist ways of understanding what men and women can and should do. But at the end of the day, like what it then creates is like it creates like financially and socially precarious laboring bodies. They have no safety net, there's no security, they can't plan for their future, and they don't know what. So and also we've got to remember that these are a group of people, and this leads to this question of why is this important, right? So why should we care about what happens to them? But we've got to remember that we are talking about people who are already from a sort of a disadvantaged background. They already come from a background where they don't have all the necessary sort of chances that probably you and I would have, right? And this is a really large group of people, right? So this is the future of not just a labor class, but it's also about a society. What kind of society are we going to have? And then what about political voice and political agency, right? So these sorts of questions are very interrelated to the kind of works that people do. So then the question is then if all of this is so bad and if it's so awful, then why do women work in the informal sector? I think for a lot of women who are already come from very sort of, who are already living and working in stable, precarious backgrounds, employment in either factories or in shops can be seen as a step up in life. Also, it's attached to our idea of what daily wage labor is, right? So when we think of daily wage labor, we usually think of just working in the sun, in the fields, so that's our idea. So for a lot of people, working inside, working indoors, working these kind of jobs where they're getting a salary at every sort of a cycle, it's sort of in a sense little stable, so that can be a very attractive thing. Of course, very quickly, people, at least my respondents, realized that yes, they were just, it did look fancy to be working in shops, and it did look fancy to be work in a factory, but at the end of the day, they were still mazdoor, so it was very interesting. So So I think it's also like, at this point, it's also very important to give a very quick sort of economic context as to why this change has happened and so rapidly. And I think there are two key factors that are leading to greater informalization and feminization of labor in the Eastern Himalayas. And I'm talking here specifically in the context of Sikkim, but it's also probably applicable to other parts of the Himalayas, right? So the first is about industrialization. Unlike West Bengal, we in Sikkim, we've been quite sort of reluctant to be a part of the larger national economy. And it's only in the last 10, 15 years that we've actually, started to industrialize, so to speak. And so, suddenly, like, we've got all these different sectors opening up, and it's almost as if the state is trying to catch up with what is actually happening. So the industrial landscape has transformed very, very rapidly in the last 10 years. And one of the key things has been the Northeast Industrial Investment Promotion Policy, the NEIPP, which was introduced in 2007. And this was basically to speed up investment, and it has been really attractive for hydropower and pharmaceutical companies because it gives a whole range of incentives for companies to set up shop in the state. Right? So they get like all sorts of tax rebate, they get all sorts of other incentives. So that's one aspect where we have seen rapid industrialization in the state. The second is also related then to consumption patterns, right? So consumption pattern has changed in the state, and this is very common for Darjeeling and Darjeeling, Kalimpong, and even Siliguri for that matter, right? So the kind of consumption pattern has changed, and this has been aided by what is known as low-end globalization, right? So which is basically the flow of goods and people, usually in small amounts of capital. It's informal, and it's commonly associated with the developing world. So it's like small bits of people and goods flowing in and out. Sometimes it's illegal, sometimes it's legal. And this is something that's not new, right, in the region, because compared to the rest of the country, our part of the world has been engaged in East Asia-led low-end globalization for a very long time. I mean, we've all seen, Malaysian, Malaysian, Taiwanese rice cookers, flask, blankets, all of these things. And all of these usually used to come through the whole, the Dulabari, Siliguri sort of network, right? And as I was thinking about this, for a lot of people of my generation, and probably for even like maybe I don't know how relevant that is now, but for a lot of us before there was malls, there was Hong Kong Market, right? And so Hong Kong Market was this fantastic place for us to see all these foreign goods that was imaginable, right? But what we are seeing now is a change in way how people consume things. So we've moved on from so basically what's happening is like, it's become easier for goods and consumer products to go directly to the hills, right? So it's not just simply via Siliguri, right? So now goods and, clothes, shoes, all of that, and especially consumer items, especially of fakes, are usually it's very easy for it to travel up all the way to the hills. And so we see a lot of these shops coming up, right? So we see a lot of these shops coming up that have a lot of these fake products, right? So this is all a part of like low-end globalization that we are part of it. So this means that, the consumption patterns changing. We are becoming, we're consuming more. We may not be always consuming high-end products, but we're consuming these sorts of stuff. And more products means more shops, means more businesses, means more opportunities for women to find these work, right? And what is really interesting, what I found really interesting is that, of course, along with the consumption, like clothes and whatever, so we in Sikkim, Darjeeling, and also in Siliguri, we see a lot of restaurants, cafes, lounges opening up, right? So, and in all of this, whether it's in the factories, whether it's in these clothes shops, whether it's in restaurants, it's always women who are in all sort of public facing roles, right? And And it was very fascinating that during my fieldwork, it was quite, I just couldn't find anyone to talk to who was over the age of 35, right? So this is a profession which is not just about your gender, but it's also about how you look. It's also about how old you are, right? So the level of precarity, I mean, again, going back to what I was saying about how these are women who are already in a disadvantaged position, but this is also like so whatever they earn, it's very time bound, it's very limited, and then it's all then based on like then what happens when you get 40, when you're 45, then what happens? So the cycle of precarity continues, right? It continues to go on and on through their lives. So what we're seeing is that there's there are lots of work opportunities that are appearing for women, but it's also like all for like female jobs. So we see this increase of very female jobs, jobs that only are perceived to be done, can be done by only by women, right? For instance, in the pharmaceutical factories, they pack capsules and syringes and whatever, right? But it's not something that only women can do. Men can do the same. But of course, given the fact that female workers are considered as more docile, manageable workers, that they can be controlled very easily, there's a more sort of incentive to hire more female than men, right? Or in shops that you go, like, women are hired for their affective labor, which is basically how they look, how they can be welcoming, attractive to the customer, and how that transforms that into sales, right? So that's what we see is a lot of the growth of all sorts of like female work, right? And so it's like usually femininity that's used to sell products. So what has happened is that because of this growth in because of the focus on these ascriptive categories rather than achieved categories, right? So it's basically focusing on what women look like, their physical ability, and because of the focus of these things, it feels like finding these jobs is becoming easier, right? It's so for a lot of young people, then they out migrate from their villages to work in these jobs, right? And for a lot of women working in this sector, it's usually like their choice to work in the sector is driven by inevitability, right? So they usually think that I'm not going to get a job in the government sector, in the public sector, because it's extremely hard. One, you've got to have like really stellar education. Two, you'd have to be of the right tribe or caste or whatever, and then you've got to have political connections, blah blah blah, all these things, right? So if you don't have any of those things, finding these sorts of informal jobs are probably very easy for women, right? And although for a lot of them, they are first generation migrants, like for these women, their mothers and grandmothers have also been working in the informal sector, but usually it's in the agricultural sector, and they would have not usually migrated. But these women are now out migrating to urban and peri-urban areas to work in a specifically different kind of informal sector, right? And of course, this work seems to be easy to do. It seems to be easy to find, but it's extremely hard, one, to find these jobs, and second, to keep going, to keep maintaining. So women have to work a lot on themselves and a lot on their social networks and skills, right? So that often puts them in a position of vulnerability and exploitation. So to finally like to just like end this, I think it presents a very sort of a contradictory landscape of empowerment and exploitation for a lot of women. This is the first job that they've done in their lives. This is the first time that they've got some sort of financial source, and who uses that eventually and for what purpose. I mean, that's again very debatable, and whether that leads to empowerment or not is a very debatable thing. But this is another. But at the same time, these same jobs, because they are so informal in their nature, it could potentially lead them to different kinds of exploitations, right? So it's a very sort of a mixed and a very contradictory sort of a landscape. And as a researcher, I've never felt comfortable in saying that this is a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because everybody has their own individual circumstances and all individual things that they can do. But what I'd like to just finally say is like, there are no straightforward answers, right? For many women, work in the retail or services sector is possibly their first job, and for many, their only. But these same opportunities also expose women to new forms of exploitation and insecurities. And why this is important, why these women and their stories are important, is it it tells us, it illustrates how neoliberalization is actually affecting people, right? How this is unfolding in a region that has remained remote for a very long time. The socioeconomic landscape will continue to change, creating a whole generation of future full of workers with unstable economic and social lives, with very limited political voice. And therefore, and I think this is why it's important, because it is about the future of the Himalayas, it is the future of the youth, it is the future of the mountains, it is the future of how we want to be treated as individuals, right? And I think this calls for creative solutions and stronger safety nets for the workers of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mona Chetri, for the wonderful presentation and talk. Now we are open for any questions from the audience here or online, either here or online, if they have for Dr. Mona to be answered.
I'm quite used to not being asked any questions. This reminds me of yeah.
Okay, since we don't have anyone at this moment asking any question, I had some curiosity in my own mind that I wanted to convey. Dr. Ma, talking about Sikkim and employment in Sikkim, even if we talk about women, like even now we see, if we see closely, more than 70% of the households in Sikkim are directly or indirectly engaged in agriculture. So, and most women in these households are also employed in agriculture directly, or even if we say if they are unemployed, it is a kind of disguised unemployment we talk about.
Yeah.
So the growing urbanization and other factors in Sikkim are posing direct and indirect challenge to agriculture. And we see in recent decade or years, there has been a constant migration through the livelihood from agriculture to other forms of employment. And do you think it is just a change in labor relations that is occurring in Sikkim right now, with women who were already engaged in agriculture or who would be engaged in agriculture elsewise are now finding some other opportunities due to lack of the opportunity in agriculture, because we see that the development projects and other things in Sikkim, even Narega, is providing a very high, comparatively a higher wage rate than what agriculture provides them with. So,
Yeah.
is it one of the factors? Like, can we say it is just a change in wage relations, the
Um,
phenomena you are talking about?
Thank you. That's a really interesting question, and I think as with everything else, it's all interrelated, right? Like, why is there a decline in agriculture, and how that's linked to urbanization, right? So, decline in agriculture is also got to do with changing labor relations, and as you mentioned, right, like with Narega and whatever, the wage has gone up, which means that it's very expensive to hire labor now, right? And then a lot of people also, and this is not just in Sikkim, like you see that this also in tea estates in Darjeeling, is that a lot of people, young people, don't want to work in the fields. They all want to be working in blue collar jobs and whatever. So what is happening is there's an out migration. That means that there's less people to work in the fields, which then means that labor is then expensive to hire to work in the field, and then that affects agricultural outputs and returns from agriculture and all of that, right? So it's like a sort of like a cycle sort of a thing. So yeah, I mean, of course, it's got to do with a change in wage and labor relations also, but I think it's again linked to other sort of things that are happening simultaneously, that even though we say that 70% of people are still employed in agriculture directly or indirectly, I'm not sure. I'm not actually quite certain. What if you were to break that figure down, in terms of age and generation, like how representative that is of, and what kinds of people, what age groups of people are working in. So because a lot of migration is being done by younger people who don't want to work in the fields, right? So I think, to just go back to your point, it's just, I think it's all interrelated. All of these factors are interrelated. It's got to do with decline in agriculture, it's got to do with the emergence of new opportunities, it's got to do with different sort of government schemes, and etc., etc., right? So these are all interrelated, if that answers your question. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mona, for sharing your perspective on the issue and presenting a very valuable and interesting presentation to us. As we are constrained with time and we have two other speakers waiting for their turn to speak, I would like to thank you for your valuable time that you have spent for this conference today. And I would now like to move on to our other speakers for today. For the next, we have a paper presentation by Ms. Mansi Devnath, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Celestian College, Siliguri. And she will next be talking on reconstruction of paleoclimate with reference to cryosphere dynamics in the Changmi Khangpu Valley, Sikkim, Himalaya. I hope you stay on with the technical session, and you also share your views on the presentations that our next speakers comes up with, since he is also going to speak on a very close topic that is also related to Sikkim.
All right. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
I
you
would
so
now.
much for the invitation. Thanks a lot.
I would now like to invite Miss Mansi.
Thank you all for inviting me in this session and giving me opportunity to present my work, which I have done during my PhD. And I would like to share my presentation. May I?
Okay, ma'am, you could kindly proceed.
Yes, sir. So, I have done work on paleoclimate reconstruction basically in Sikkim, Himalaya, because such kind of paleoclimate reconstruction type of work have been done in the other parts of Himalaya like Garhwal, Karakoram, Nepal, Southeast Bhutan, Southeast China. Okay, but very lack of work have been done. So we are very lack knowledge what have been done regarding the climate change in the past, geological past. So interest have been drawn from this point. And in this regard, what is paleoclimate? It is actually climatology prior to instrumental records of temperature, precipitation, and other weather phenomena. Why it is needed? Because understanding of paleoclimate can helpful to understand the present change of climate and as well as for future projection. Because we all know that Indus Valley civilizations has been collapsed. That was a huge civilization that was collapsed. Scientists have idea that and proof have been proven that civilization might have been lost because of the climatological phenomena. Even abrupt cooling in Miyar Basin in western Himalaya has led to the migration of mountains people due to the sudden cooling temperature and consequently advance of glacier. So, why glaciers? Because glaciers are the barometers of climate change, and Himalayan, that means Hindu Kush Himalaya, HKH, are the source of 10 largest river system. And at present, glaciers in the HKH shows large variability in glacier dynamics. So, relative role of the regional and topographic control and associated factors may be creating such kind of asynchronous behavior of glaciers. Therefore, it demands robust and sustained evolution for a better future modeling. Therefore, we will be presenting only the time-constrained field records of one of the major mountain valleys of Sikkim Himalaya. Yes, this is a kind of picture skew which we have found that since 2 decades, there are a different kind of glaciers behaving. In Eastern Himalaya, for example, in Sikkim, glaciers are retreating at a very large rate, though some of the glaciers in Karakoram Himalaya are advancing. So, present climatology also shows different kind of behavior. Therefore, glacial landforms have been taken as the proxy for paleoclimate reconstruction. Therefore, the proposed study has been carried out with the following objectives: to reconstruct the past glacial extent within the Changme-Khangpu Valley in Sikkim Himalaya, and to identify and assess the paleoclimate changes within the Quaternary period. This is our study area where we can find that Changme-Khangpu Valley, trained as North-South Valley, having 46 square kilometer area, and glacier altitude at present constrained within 5,900 meter to 4,018 meter above sea level. And this is the general picture skew of North Sikkim, where the station, climatological station, stayed at Chungthang, and the data we have analyzed.
Excuse me, ma'am, just to interrupt you. Have you been suffering your slides because your slide seems to be stuck at slide 2?
Okay. Is it moving now?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, now it is moving, ma'am. You need to keep the screen on for us to see things.
Now is it moving?
And ma'am, can you just could you just make your presentation full screen?
Yeah, I have already made it full screen. Just wait a minute.
Press F5. Ma'am, you could just press F5 so that your presentation would go full screen.
Okay. Is it moving now?
No, ma'am, it is not moving.
Is it moving now?
Your screen is not being shared, ma'am. Kindly share your screen.
Is it moving?
Can you shuffle your screen once just to check? Yes, ma'am. It is perfect now.
Okay. So what I was telling about that present scenario, we can also find that there is a large variability in glaciers. Some of the glaciers, for example, in Eastern Himalaya, retreating at a high rate, whether some of the glaciers in the Karakoram Himalayas are advancing. Therefore, we take glaciers and glacial landforms as the proxy for paleoclimate reconstruction. Therefore, these are the basic objectives to reconstruct the past glacial extent within the Changmekhangpo Valley, Sikkim Himalaya, and to identify and assess the paleoclimate changes within the Quaternary period. So this is the overall site of Sikkim Himalaya, where we have taken our study. And from there, we can find that this is the area where ISM and Indian summer monsoon and western disturbances play a major role. At present, this valley trends north to south, having 46 kilometers square area, and glacier altitude of Changmekhangpo Glacier restrict at 4,810 meter above sea level. And we have analyzed the recent climate data from Chungthang station, and average temperature varies from 4 degrees centigrade in winter to 15 degrees centigrade. Yes, and to carry out paleoclimate, we used satellite data and field-based data. So in satellite data, what we generally do, we reconstruct the landforms using the satellite imageries. Like for example, we in my case in PhD, I have used Sentinel-2A, Landsat-8 OLI. Those you can say freely available high resolution data. And then in the field, we have verified those landforms. From those satellite images, we can draw slope map, aspect map, contour map, and to recognize the glaciers and snow-filled area, we can compute some kind of indexes from the different bands of satellite images, like normalized differential snow index, that is, and through this computed image, we can differentiate snow covered area. Then normalized differential water index, NDWI. With the help of this index, we can differentiate water body, NDVI, normalized differential vegetation index. Using this index, we can differentiate vegetation cover, different type of vegetation cover. Moreover, thermal map we can also use to identify the different type of debris within the glaciers. For example, as we all know, glaciers different based on the surface exposure, glaciers are two types. Clean glaciers, those are visually we can see totally white, and some kind of glaciers are there. Some part of those are covered with debris top of the surface. Those are called as debris covered glaciers. And using the thermal map, we can differentiate those debris from the mountain wall or the debris from the ice. After that, to verify the landforms, whether they have made by glaciers itself or glaciofluvial itself or fluvial dominated processes, we are generally used facie analysis, and then facie analysis in the field itself as well as in the laboratory. And after that, we generally do sediment grain size distribution. Those reflects the type of grains under which they have been deposited. And after that, many more techniques we can use, like surface quartz surface topography, through which more details you can find, like as the grain size itself and grain shape itself. You can grain shape itself tells about the source of the like nearly source of the that particular quartz grain, whether they have been solely deposited by the glaciers or they have deposited just near to the landslides or not. Such kind of thing we can identify. And after those landform confirmation, we reconstruct the paleoglacier extents. And in the paleoglacier, as soon as we can reconstruct the paleoglacier extents, we can also calculate using the different formula the ELA. ELA is the equilibrium line altitude. Equilibrium altitude is the particular altitude where all over the year the temperature remains 0 or less than 0, and all over the year glacier where accumulation of the snow and ablation of the glacier ice are balanced. And using those ELA and with the help of different methods proposed by Seltzer, we can calculate the lapse. We can calculate the paleo temperature. So these are some of the um, formula, and from the reconstructed glaciers area, we can calculate the volume also, paleo volume of the glaciers. And after that, as till now we have already calculated the paleo temperature. We have already find out the past extent of the glaciers, but we don't know when those events have been occurred. So for this, we need to place those events in a chronological order, and therefore there were many dating methods. Like in the very beginning, you can say there were absolute dating method. There is relative dating methods. So among the absolute dating methods, um, uh, uh, carbon 14 AMS is one. Then OSL, optically stimulated luminescence dating, is one. CRN is one. So in my study, I have used 3 of them, but the result which I came over till date is carbon 14. And apart from that, in some cases, you cannot find the samples for dating. In this case, we can also use relative dating. And in my study, I have used Smith-Hammer surface exposure measurement for the boulders, and this measurement can give you the idea of weathering relative, and therefore you can obtain the relative chronology of the landforms. So now reconstruction of past glacier. Here we have found such 20 type of major landforms, and here we can found, this is the field photograph where we can found the recent moraine, very younger moraine, just adjacent to the present glaciers. As I told you, there different type of glacier. There are different type of glaciers. So Changme Khampo Glacier is a debris covered glacier. Okay, so and just adjacent to this debris covered glacier, there is younger moraine. As what is moraine? Moraine actually demarcates the paleoglacier extents, and moraines is a depositional landform. When glacier advanced, at the time, glaciers which eroded material from the upstream carried out and deposited along its course, along the two-sided and its frontal part. This type of depositional features are known as moraine. And based on the different situation, they have called lateral frontal moraine, lateral moraine, frontal moraine, etc. So this is the very recent and younger moraine. The person and the person standing over this moraine only. And through the sedimentological analysis, we have already proved that those are solely deposited by the glaciers. And here we can find that there is the slope surrounded by these glaciers are very active, and therefore continuous landslides are going on. We have found proglacial and ice marginal landforms, and we have also found ablation valley blocked drainage sediments. This type of drainage sediments are very important and very crucial to study, because this type of drainage form due to the advance of the glaciers, and these are formed in between the mountain wall and glaciers itself. Such kind of ablation valley drainage outbursts have been found during 2013 Kedarnath flood. And we all know during the Kedarnath floods, the lake which had been breached, it was not in front of glaciers, it was in between the ablation valley. So although this ablation valley block drainage sediments does not acquire a much.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. We'll have to request you if you could kindly move towards conclusion.
Okay, sir, sure. And we have also found phase 3 moraine and the terminal moraine at 4.5 kilometers ahead from the present snout. And phase 1, that means highest moraine, is not being reconstructed properly due to the very active slope, very active nature of slope. Finally, we have found our highest glacial maxima, that was phase 2. It due to the under the minus 1.73 degree centigrade cooler temperature, and during this time, one ablation valley lake was formed, and that was dated to be 31.47 K Cal BP. That means this glacier was advanced before 31,000 years ago. After that, this glacier was receded back and lake was breached. And phase 3 glacier was advanced under the impact of minus 0.8 degree centigrade temperature, and during this period the valley wall observed different type of debris slides that occurred more than 14.05 K Cal BP. Later on, the glacier was again receded back, and phase 4 advance was happened under the impact of minus 0.6 degree centigrade temperature, and this timing was after 1316 Cal BP. We have correlated our work with within the Eastern Himalaya and other glaciers, and we found that this has good correlation with the highest glacial maxima. And we have also correlated period with Changmekhanko phase 4, that means recent one. And yes, obviously, we can conclude it that the signature of highest glacial limit in this valley has been very constrained due to climate tectonic processes. Then we have found here the local glacial maxima, that means maximum cooling period, happened prior to 31,000 Cal BP. And yes, and during that time, glacier broke one ablation valley, and with a period that lake has been breached. And within the interglacial period, there was a slope instability, and following this episode, this glacier had once more advance and shorter cooling period, and the recent glacial advance and cooling period was happened after 1300 Cal BP under the impact of minus 0.6 degree centigrade temperature. Thank you, sir, and thank you all. Am I audible?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. I would like to ask if anyone has any question, or if not, we can move to the.
Yes, please, if any question.
If anyone has any questions, we can take it up, or we can move towards the next presenter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move on to our next paper presentation, that is by Dr. Pratip Basu, Assistant Professor in Botany, Siliguri College, and he will be speaking on amalgamation of sequence bioinformatics and structural bioinformatics, teaching bioinformatics to lay persons and non-biologists. We welcome Dr. Pratip Basu, and we hand over the
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, apart from the long introduction that has been provided, am I audible? Okay. So, apart from the long introduction that is provided here, let us not get ahead of ourselves. So, I'll just move on. And please don't be afraid of the browsing through the previous slides also, because so I have actually amalgamated all the previous 3 or 4 distinct and diverse presentations that I've given here after joining Siliguri College at different meetings and conferences. So this is something of a reminiscence and how you bring it together, because as you know, you all the faculty who are there, we have been teaching a truncated syllabi this semester. So it has been going online and all. And I have been fortunate enough that I have been asked to teach. I had been asked to teach bioinformatics in the 5th semester, and that was the only paper in which I could do the practicals properly, because everything is online in bioinformatics, as you know from my presentations also. So let us move ahead. So basically, yeah, working. Thank you so much. So basically, as you can see, this is also one of my previous slides. There are various challenges, and one of the main challenges this year has been how to use science and technology and bring innovation, and that is also the theme of this year's National Science Day. So moving ahead, what has been my goal for the past 4 years after working as a faculty is that how to bring about different changes in the methods of teaching, because as you know, most of us who are freshers, we have very less amount of years behind us as proper experience in teaching. So with respect to myself being a researcher in bioinformatics, as you can see, we are asked to go through a lot of databases. Now, what is a database? We most of us think that, and that is rightly so. But can you trust each and every information provider? Because at least 20 to 30% of the Wikipedia entries are not giving you correct information. I had myself once tried and messed up their biodiversity for a lot of months there, and then I myself modified it. So then I understood that what there is a difference between databases and websites which the public can manipulate themselves. So that is a wrongdoing that I did in my scholar days. So after that, I came about to know that there is a lot of information present. So how do you present that properly to your students when they are not in front of you? Not physically. So what happens is that this is also what I have been presenting through the last 3 to 4 years. So web access for this, actually NCBI is the mother database for us biologists. We always go to this site for searching for all the different types of information that is present in the left hand side light green colored panel, as you can see. And it's a lot to take in, it's a lot to search for, and it's very confusing. Okay, so what happens is that when you search for something, it becomes such an enormous task to screen the proper information. Then what happens? Then I had searched for Rubisco once and presented a paper here also. So it is very difficult for you to understand that what to search, how to screen it. So my annual task has been to teach students how to browse for the correct information. Right. So every time, every other day, I have become the ad hoc information information officer of the college. They ask me, I want to pay the fees of the university. I say, I don't want to university. Why are you asking me? Sir, because you have the information. I say, information is also available on Google. Then they say, sir, the college website is not. I say, the these are the things that we associate with the understanding of information, and the proper searching method. It needs to be well documented. So that documentation has been done here. How to search for one particular thing, and so these are the previous slides. I'm just trying to bring you at a stage that what we have been doing for the past 3 to 4 years, and how maybe I have been messing up students' minds. Right. So, or maybe sorting them up. Let us see. So, I'll just go along because I have understood that we are having a bit of shortage of time. So, these were all the slides that I have been presenting to you. And since, apart from myself and Dr. Nazi college, all the other people biological information. So, whenever you are said that okay, some elderly person is suffering from this disease, you get afraid. You are not having proper information with you with respect to any biological terms. So how do you bring yourself to terms that no, this is nothing to be afraid of? And please, again I tell you, please don't search everything randomly on Google. That is what I am going to teach you here. How you can search for legible, understandable and correct biological information, being a student, being a layperson and being a non-biologist. So this was one of the screening methods I did. The thing you can do here as well. It's a very simple thing. What we use here as biologists also, we use binary operators, as you know. In the positive, in the negative, 0 and 1. So the yin here is and the yang here is not. Okay. So whenever you say not, what they do, they just remove it. How it conspires? So this is one of the searches that we did, which was very extensive. How to screen this larger data. And when we used all those things, as you can see, the initial search for Rubisco of Arabidopsis thaliana takes so many results. So as soon as a graduation student encounters such a thing, they will just close the window and say, sir, I will find it. So we taught them to search it in the proper manner. As you can see, just look at the screening that was done. we ended from 2,45,000 to just 6 results, which were these. And what happens to the results here? So what, if you miss one word, what happens? From 6 again we end up with 47. Then again the student is confused. Sir, you are not guiding me in the proper manner. Sir, bioinformatics is very difficult. I say everything is difficult. Cooking is also difficult. So you will not eat. You have to eat. Okay, so these 6 were the results. Now, after getting this data, what do I do with this data? Sir, how do I save it? Sir, how do I use it for the future? All these questions are there, the answers are there. But what the person does not do, since everywhere there is not a dialog box to type in your text, sir, you have to understand that you have to be very courageous and you have to click. As soon as you click, as you can see in the second result, I clicked and that is why the color is different. So you have to click and you have to try to bring out the correct amount of information that is there. So this is the phylogenetic study that we did with the previous 6 sequences that I was showing you. So again, this is gibberish for you. You don't know what I am speaking about because this has not been arranged in a proper manner. That is the main difference between a relational and a search engine. When you go to Google, I have fetched 1 crore results for you. That is not useful. Everything is there inside it. You just have to screen it. So, and you will be very happy to know binary operators work very well in Google. Okay, so you can use and not and so on and so forth, and you can screen your search in Google as well. And then moving ahead, so this was another representation of another work that I presented. This is my previous year's work. And when you go from sequence bioinformatics, this is the phylogenetic arrangement, the relationships between different sequences of a particular bacterial protein called sonorentin. Again, absolutely, it does not make any difference to you because I am not presenting on sonorentin this year. This is my previous year's presentation, and this is the structural information. Then again comes the time you have to use the mouse properly. What happens is that the students just fetch the result and they say, sir, this has come. When I ask them what is the meaning of this, sir, we don't know. So you have to move your mouse. What the tools are very simple. All you have to do is you have to take your mouse and put it on the colored portion, on the green portion, and then the entire information comes out in front of you. Everything is clickable. As you can see, what students do not realize that there are small things which are very distinguishable. They are not taught in the right way. So then this is when again we did the structural bioinformatics. This is from our presentation 2 years back. Okay, why I'm just trying to bring you in terms that yes, I was there, I survived the lockdown, and yet again I'm presenting here for the 4th time. Then this is the model. Then again, this is where people try to awe-inspire students. See, the model is moving and all. That is not important. Why is this red and blue in color? That information also needs to be furnished. So those things are always missing there. So what I did this year was I couldn't have any physical classes with my student. So I devised a way. So this is again, see, this is my abstract. Do you understand anything? You don't understand anything. I'm telling you, you're thinking that you understand things, but this is better. So representation matters. This is what a single function called bullet can do. What did I do? I just arranged the data. I just typed enter 6 times and see the change. Obviously, just to tell you that these are 2 different slides furnishing the same information, I've just changed the color of the first the title. So abstract is yellow in the previous slide. So now I'll just skip to the 4th point here. The work presented here is purely a work of coincidence, obviously, because I didn't have time to do research this year around. So of all classes being held online and most meetings using the same platform as we are doing it right. So you are literally living what I was living for 6 months and you have been living. So we are just reminiscing the same thing here. So in these trying times, being an educator, I thought that how to make the students feel the class and bring them out of the feeling of house arrest. Okay, so this presentation has actually not yet started. You are thinking that it has started. Now it is going to start. So this is the actual presentation for this year. So what we do is first we take the students to Google. This is what we did this year. So actually you are getting 2 credits for the mathematics practitioner. I have done this in this seminar. So if the university would have evaluated all 20 people of you and all the 30 people who are hearing online, so all 50 people of you are getting 2 credits from NBU honorary. Okay, so in Google what we do, we go and search for the things and we are again confused. Sir, which one to click on? Obviously we'll click on the first one, because look, here what is happening, you are seeing that above the National Center for Biology Information, Biotechnology Information, the URL is given there. So what we don't teach the students is that you can also copy the URL and you can paste it on the address bar. Most of the students don't know what is the address bar. Okay, so then these things are not there, because we are getting students who are coming from the school level and they are not learning. Then they have that computer proficiency certificate. I do not have that. I am a computer proficiency certificate program dropout. Okay, but my entire work of my PhD was in bioinformatics. This is the state of education in our country. Okay, so moving ahead, so there are a lot of things. As you can see, BLAST is also one of the important things that we use normally. So this is NCBI. They will always say welcome to NCBI, and then they will again show you this entire list that is there, and again you are confused. So what we teach people is that you have this drop down menu there, which is known as all databases above. So you can click on that and you can choose your database. It's not always mandatory that you have to search for one word. Here you can see that one word is plant argonaut tree. You don't need to search that in all the database. When you search for that, this comes out in front of you, and then you need to then select that particular database that you are seeking for. So I was seeking for the protein sequence. Okay. So when I went there, I saw that this was in front of me, and then I was confused. Only 21 pieces of confusion. Solve the puzzle. Then I told them, then you have to screen it. As I had done, I showed you the previous slide containing all the parameters, all the negative parameters, where I used that not operator, and I removed them, and so on. We screened it down to 56. Again, they were confused. What to do? These 56 all belong to Arabidopsis thaliana, sir. So write down all the parameters that are written. I have not jotted down. It's very disturbing. So, and you are not my students. So why will I? So when I screened them down, see, we have brought them down from 1021 to 56 to 4. Okay, and if this picture wouldn't have been cropped properly by myself, you would have seen that the date is just from 1 week ago. Because now my students are having their practical exams. They had just completed their exams yesterday. So this is there. So what we do is, from this particular information, we download the data and we click on send to, and then we download the data and we save it for future. What do you do in future? That is one of the things. So this is how you save. You can save it in FASTA format. FASTA is a universal sequence format. Whenever you are downloading cells, DNA you can download the file format that is known as FASTA. FASTA can be opened with the help of Notepad and WordPad easily. You don't need any other software. That is where people get stumped. So what is the next software that is? Don't be stumped. Very easy. Notepad and WordPad available on all systems. Okay. Now, after I took the sequence, what I did blast. There was just a loud noise outside. Something was being blasted. We also do blast every day. Every other day we do blast, but here this blast is a lot less violent. As I mentioned in my previous presentation also, this is basic local alignment search tool. Now, what do you mean by local? There are two words here. Opposite. One is global and one is local. Here we are doing local. That means each and every single letter. Why single letter? Because you are layperson. I cannot see each ATGC, and each and every amino acid letter, all the 20 letters, then people will start leaving the room. They'll say, okay, now he will list all the 22 amino acids. I don't want to listen to. You actually don't need to listen to that. That is where the presentation is complicated. We don't search for the proper information. The other day, my friend was saying, and then I came to this conclusion that I have food cancer. Okay, so don't search anything randomly on Google. It is very sad. People end up diagnosing themselves with very strange diseases. Okay, so don't do that. So then because there is PubMed, there is a very good database called PubMed under this umbrella called NCBI. You can go and search for medical presentations there. Most of the chemistry students and biology students do that. So when we go to basic local alignment search tool, we go to the protein blast and we paste the sequence as you can see here, and then we click on search without changing the parameters. But yes, if you are searching not for a similar sequence, similar sequences in bioinformatics are known as homologous sequence. If you are not searching for a homologous sequence, but you are searching for a homologous structure, then you need to change this database to PDB. That is protein data bank. That is another story for today only, not for another day, because that is, since this is amalgamation, everything is present here in this presentation itself. Okay, so when you click on search and do blast, as soon as you click on it, this is the job that is happening. Okay, nobody in the world will ever show you this page, because they click on blast and they go and have a coffee break and then they see that they have wasted 15 minutes of their life. It does not take more than 2 to 3 minutes to do protein blast. Genome blast takes time because since genome consists of a long number of nucleotides, mostly composed of A, T, and G and C, but then we have done protein blast because the sequences are small, as you saw. Then this is the thing that comes out. Okay, and then again the student is confused. Sir, silent thing. So the tabs here are description, graphic summary, alignment, and taxonomy. This is a new thing. Previously, this was all in the single page and it was not arranged properly. This has come up only for the past 2 years. So then the description is this, all the hits that are there. Then if you click on graphic summary, again there is nothing to be afraid of. It is just the graphic summary. I showed you the graphic summary of sonorensin. When you click on the specific hit and family that is there in the left hand side, since we are searching for argonauts have these 3 domains only. Okay, it is a very interesting protein. Okay, but it is not consumable and it does all the work that a sanitization worker does. It cleans all the non-essential, non-coding RNAs that are there in your body and in plants' bodies as well. Okay, so there are so many sequences there. What to do? Again, sir, again, do I download it? They are always hell-bent on asking the same questions. What do I have to download? What do you have to write? You don't have to write anything. You have to learn what to download because there is a lot to download. As you can see here, there is a lot to download. You have the master sequences which I showed you previously. You have the hit table. You have the text format. The same data is arranged in different forms. But now what they come to read in books is very difficult because all the books, proper books written in bioinformatics, unfortunately are by foreign authors. And as you know, the general youth, they again, another course which I have never enrolled myself in, that is the spoken English course. Just outside my college, Siliguri College, there is a spoken English course. As soon as the student enters the college, he or she forgets the entirety of that course. That is sad reality. So when you have this particular thing, do I download the FASTA of the aligned sequences or do I have to download the FASTA of the complete sequences? Now I will share my secret with you, which is not a secret at all. This is what happens. This is the alignment. See, the alignment. So if you download the FASTA alignment, the alignment will get downloaded, not the individual sequences. As I showed you previously, the 6 sequences. If you download the complete sequence, only the sequences, only the 100 blast hits that was here, this one, Only these sequences will get downloaded. Okay, now this story ends, and when we come to that interesting movable part, that is the protein part, the structure part, this is where the actual amalgamation starts. Now, what people do is, this is the place where I tell you that what done, I could have straight away gone from NCBI to this particular database, and I needn't have gone to Google for searching this, because all these databases are linked. That is what people never tell us. The teachers never tell us that all the databases are linked with it. If I would have had time, I would have shown you that the same exercise within 4 to 5 minutes, browsing all the databases using all the tools at one go. No, not at one. It's not that easy. I'm joking. You have to at least click 5 to 6 times. That has to be done. Nothing is automated here, because obviously we are teaching students. So when we go to PDB, if we search for a particular protein there, I had searched for 4-OLA. Everybody knows about OLA. This is not OLA. You cannot say OLA. This is OLA. We never say the pronunciation here, because all the 4 characters, be alphanumeric or numeric, have different meaning. So, what 4-OLA is actually the foundation stone of the PhD done by Dr. Pradeep Basu. This is the template that I use to model all my Argonaut protein sequences for studying interaction between non-coding RNAs and Argonauts. That is the topic of my PhD that I was awarded 2 years back. So this is the crystal structure of human Argonaut 2. Unfortunately, there is no plant Argonaut crystal structure still present in any database. Nobody has ventured far enough to crystallize the structure. I have only 3 more slides. Don't worry, sir. Thank you so much. I was just waiting for your. So 4-OLA, and then we show them how to download it. Here, fortunately, we don't download the first. Why? We download the PDF format, because we have to show the interesting structural part to the students. Now you can see the RNA is inside. That is the RNA. This is the protein. Here the RNA is complex with the RNA strand. Yeah, it is just crushing. But why can't it crush it? Because here the other adjunct protein is not present complexly. There is something called the RNA-induced silencing complex or RISC complex, RISC. That is, this is not its structure. This is the structure of only the Argonaut complex with the RNA. And obviously, I don't have any major papers to give you as references, because all my references have been presented in the past 4 years. 3 times at your place here, and once only when I didn't know about TIST. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take much time for you. I would be happy to take any questions you have.
Can your thing also be used for tracking coronavirus protein?
Or you want to search for a coronavirus protein and teach students how to learn? Yes. Yes. One thing is very important. Since we always go to Google and we don't go to from for the past 2 months, there is this extra time there that we want to search. Software that I have shown you, that's small. This is also freely downloadable. Okay, so it's not always you can't do one point because you have to buy an application or something. It's not like everything is totally free. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I thank Dr. Pratip Basu for his presentation, and now I would like to invite upon Dr. Prajwal Chetri to lead us to the second technical session.
Now we move on to the second part of the technical session. A very good afternoon to Chief Patron, Father Principal, Father George Kadadil, Chairperson Father Ajay Kurian, Dean of Sciences, Theodota Sir, Conference Coordinator Professor S.C. Das, our esteemed speakers, dear colleagues and participants. Now we welcome Senior Professor, Professor Somendra Mohan Bhattacharjee. But before we proceed, let me just briefly go through his profile. Blind teenage love, equations, identities, and Euclid equals to choose physics. That's early 70s. So this is an excerpt from Professor Bhattacharjee's homepage. So in 1975, he joined Presidency College, where he did his BSc honors. 1977, he joined MSc, specialization in theoretical condensed matter physics. And his few months he spent in Maharaja Mahindra College in Sam Bazar, Kolkata. Between 1980 and 1984, he completed his PhD from Carnegie Mellon University. He did his postdocs from University of Massachusetts and Bell Labs, Murray Hill, USA. He served as a professor in IOP Bhubaneswar and presently is the head senior professor, Department of Physics at Asoka University. He is recognized for several of the agencies. Between 1994 and 2001, he was a regular associate at ICTP Trieste, Italy. In 2000, fellow Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. Since 2008, he is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. In 2010, he was the recipient of J.C. Bose Fellowships. His expertise include cut crystal surfaces, polymer growth, dimer models, entanglement in condensed matter physics, and DNA physics. From my personal experience, Professor Bhattacharjee is an epitome of simplicity and humility. His elegance and wisdom is enough to mesmerize and enchant his audience for hours on hold. Now we welcome Professor Bhattacharjee. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I thank the organizer for this invitation for the conference. My talk is very non-technical, and what I would like to talk about is this the new trend in physics, which tries to combine with other fields of science. And the topic is emergent phenomena, and more is different. I will go towards this peculiar title of more is different. So in fact, one can go back to a statement by Dirac, which is a little bit of problematic. And the statement goes like that. It's, I think, 1989. Dirac gave his equations for electron in 1928. That the fundamental laws necessary for the mathematical treatment of a large part of physics and the whole of chemistry are thus completely known. And then he goes on to say that the difficulty lies only in the fact that application of these laws leads to equations that are too complex to be solved. And this was sort of the theme of activity in physics, chemistry, mathematics in that period of 60, 70 years, that the success of quantum mechanics was so overwhelming that it overpowered everything. And people really actually forgot that science started in a different way. Science started with this observation of motion and trying to get laws of motion in a world which need not be at the terrestrial level, which could also be at the cosmological scale, astronomical scale. And the success came from Kepler's law, Newton's laws of motion, gravitational law. And this immense success of this Kepler's law is it's so great that one can locate the position of these planets accurately in the past, in the future, and one can predict many things from this. And this success nowhere requires quantum mechanics. Even though if we, according to Dirac's statement that this is the ultimate, and we of course believe that this is the ultimate law, everything is ultimately controlled by quantum mechanics. But nowhere in Kepler's law, in gravitational law, we see Planck's constant. And this is so robust, this Newtonian mechanics is so robust that one can even look at much bigger objects beyond the planetary thing. And we all know this last year's Nobel Prize work, this fantastic elliptic orbit of the star, where we can see that it's an elliptic orbit of say this diameter of 60 billion kilometers over this huge length scale. This Newtonian mechanics, gravitational law works, and we do not require this Planck's constant. And in fact, it's so robust that stars orbit reveal that something invisible and heavy govern their paths at the heart of the Milky Way. And in fact, one identify the black hole. Again, it's something, black hole is something that Newtonian mechanics cannot give. But this same Newton's laws and gravitational law could help us in discovering that object, that yes, it exists there. An end result was that whether we are talking about a few centimeters at the terrestrial level or these 60 billion kilometers away from us, it's the same Newton's law. And then that tells us that something else is happening, that the laws that govern the constituents of it. If I want to talk about the constituents of anything, I'm thinking of a spinning top. But if I think of the constituents of a spinning top, it's more, everything here is controlled by quantum mechanics. But at some level, somewhere, that information is gone and something else emerged. And the laws have completely changed. And we see a different kind of laws. This is something people actually forgot for a long time. And then after the success of quantum mechanics, at the beginning success of quantum mechanics given by the statement of Dirac, I think around 60 or 70 years after that, people started recognizing that the way we learn quantum mechanics is that we start with classical mechanics and then we build quantum mechanics from that. We think of Hamiltonian at the classical level and then go to quantum mechanics, but that should not be the right approach. That approach is that quantum mechanics is the basic point, but as I go change my scale of phenomena, the scale of observation, things start changing. And we start seeing things that emerge out of it, which has no signature of the basic laws we started with. And then once we recognize that, we do not understand, even now we do not understand how Newton's law and this gravitational law would come out of quantum mechanics, but we know that that has to be the case. But that immediately tells us that we can actually go beyond that. We can think of many other phenomena in that way. Think of a car on the road. Every aspect of the car is again controlled by Newton's, like its motion, the way the brake functions, everything is controlled by Newton's laws of motion. We have to take friction into account, but it's Newton's laws of motion. But then think of a situation where we have a large number of cars. Let me show you. This is an experiment done in 2008 in Japan. So what they did is that they took 22 cars on this 230-meter single-length circuit, did not say what the experiment is about, asked the drivers to go around at 30 kilometers per hour, And everybody thought, what's the big deal? And as you can see, you have started seeing that there is little bit of everybody is following at 30 kilometers. And this is something that will not happen if we just consider one car on the road. But when we have many cars on the road, then you see suddenly there is little bit of fluctuation in the velocity of one car. Look at this region. And immediately something happens and you see that all the cars have stopped there. Everything is unintentional. But what it ultimately says is when we have each car obeying Newton's law, but I have a large number of such cars, each obeying Newton's law perfectly, but small fluctuation somewhere can lead to a situation which is completely unknown before that. And that's the emergence of a traffic jam. So we have to accept that traffic jam is not something intentional. We have to live with it. We have to get used to it. But for this talk, what I'm trying to emphasize here is that what we see is an emergence of a phase which is beyond Newton's law. Newton's law cannot tell me. Even the motion of every car is controlled by Newton's law. All the activities are controlled by Newton's law. But when you take a collection of such cars, something else emerged out of it. And that's the phase, of emergent phase. It's a phase like we cool a liquid, it becomes a solid. And we all know that there is something special happening. It's not just that a liquid becoming solid is the end result. We know that a solid, we define solid as an object which has a rigidity. And that rigidity is its shear. That I try to put a tangential force, the object will resist that and it gives an extra elasticity. The shear elasticity disappears when it melts into a liquid. If I take a liquid drop and try to do the same experiment, the liquid starts flowing. It has its viscosity. But as you take water at 0 degrees centigrade and there's ice at 0 degrees centigrade, there is this drastic behavior. Suddenly this shear modulus emerging out of nowhere. There was no shear modulus for a liquid, there was no shear modulus for a gas, but a shear modulus emerged out of it. We understand this phenomena now that there is some symmetry breaking, we understand that. But do we understand traffic jam? Is Newton's law relevant? Of course, quantum mechanics is not relevant. And that's an example of things emerging out of it when we put many of these things, each of which is completely well controlled, well intentioned. Nobody tried to create any peculiar thing here, but still small fluctuations somewhere led to a massive effect, and we end up in this traffic jam state. One can push this type of phenomena a slightly different world. That think of this tribolium and Oryzophilis, I will call it T and O. I am a physicist, not a biologist, so I will call them T and O. These are the two things that we see in wheat, in atta. They don't do anything, they don't fight, they just eat whatever is available to them. They just compete for food. And it's a very controlled experiment that you start with a set of these objects, they start growing. And so as they grow, the population size is increasing and therefore they are competing for food. Food is limited because I have this atta or wheat in a box, and then this will this competition is same competition as we saw in this case that the cars are trying to do little bit of modification because they want to go ahead. There is a gap and they want to go forward and reduce the size of the gap, but they cannot go because two cars cannot be at the same point. So they're competing for space. Same thing happening here is that they're competing for food, but other than that, they don't fight, they don't kill each other. What was observed is that, so this is what is done is the size of population of T and size of population, the number of O, and you will just monitored it over time. And it doesn't matter where we start. So these are the initial conditions that I have 100 of T and only a few of O. Here is a case where I have 400 of O and only a small number of T. They will evolve initially because they have enough food available. But ultimately, when the competition becomes severe, they come back, and no matter what my initial condition is, they will ultimately come to a stable point. Now think of this insect. This object, again, if I think of its motion, it searches for food, that's controlled by Newton's law. But when you go to still further, that the food consumed is ultimately used, that's where biochemistry and chemistry would take over, biology will take over. And you go to a slightly more thing that there are chemical reactions happening, new things are produced, and that's where again quantum mechanics will play a role. But ultimately the population is something is independent of everything. And what one sees is that it's a social phenomena. It's very quantitative. We can even try to write down that the growth of this population as a function of time. And that starting point is neither quantum nor Newtonian, even though every insect would sort of follow that because its motion is controlled by Newton's law. There is friction, it takes advantage of friction. But this is called the Lotka-Volterra equation. But if we think of it, that this competition for food and space is the same as the competition for space in this traffic jam problem. They are absolutely different things. There is a common link somewhere. And if we think of the way we have to formulate this so-called biology problem, population problem, and the way an engineer, traffic engineer, a city planner would think of construct roads, they will have to think in a way which is the same across this boundary. We can go ahead. This is something very, very well known to us. It's that you start with a set of gas molecules. Each big dot, blue dot is suppose a gas molecule, the molecules we have in this room. And they have certain energies, and we let them do whatever they want to do. They collide. We don't know what they do, but we know that at the collision, the total energy will be conserved. So if I start with E1 and E2, they collide. Their energy will become E1 prime and E2 prime, different. Let's assume that it's done at random. But every collision will tell us that the energy is conserved, and ultimately they go and hit the wall. And then they give energy to the wall, or they absorb energy from the wall, and they come back and they do it. And what one can now look at it is that let it evolve with time, let the system go ahead and do whatever it wants to do. And if we wait for long enough, and we see that, of course, there is nothing static. It's not a traffic jam state. They don't get into a jam and drop down. They all start moving, but their velocities are not the same. It's not a dead system like a traffic jam, but it reaches a state which is time independent. And what is time independent is the probability distribution. The probability distribution of energy, probability distribution of speed, because speed determines energy. And that energy, that distribution, we know, we study in school, college. It's a Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. That's this yellow curve here. And what is done here is that in this simulation, it's doing all these collisions, and one sees that there is a little bit of variation, but more or less with time, it's the time step given here. It's a Monte Carlo simulation, and it follows that yellow curve. And this is what we see in the gas molecules in this room, that it will give us Boyle's law and Charles' law and so on. But we can do something more. And this is what Meghnad Saha did long time back, but he did not pursue it properly. He just mentioned it. Even his book on heat and thermodynamics has a small paragraph on this, but he never pursued it. But now people realize that it's something that's worth pursuing. Is that let's just give it the same model, but let's give it a different name. Let's suppose this box is a bazaar, it's a market. And each blue dot is a person with some money in pocket, and that money, what we call energy, is now this idea of money. So the money is conserved, except from the boundary. There could be flow of money from the boundary, either it's going out or it's coming in. But at every collision, so everybody is a seller, everybody is a buyer. And so when two dots collide, so it's two persons interacting, they sell and buy things. So I start with money M1 and money M2. After that trading, they will have money M1 prime and M2 prime, except that starting was M1 plus M2, end will be M1 prime plus M2 prime. That's the same. But they get distributed over that. And nothing else is required. That's the only input we required in physics to get this velocity distribution for gas molecules in equilibrium. And if we let this economy system evolve, we must have money distribution following Maxwell-Boltzmann law. And it's really surprising that people once they recognize that it's the same idea, it's just the use of words, but it's the same fluctuation, same randomness that's playing a role. And it found out that all the poorer societies, including us, that the income distribution follows the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. Of course, there is a deviation. There are extremely rich which follow a different distribution, but most will be the same Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. What is plotted here is that it's a cumulative distribution. People having money more than some borderline, and it's income relative to mean. In fact, people did simulation. In fact, there are physicists who did this simulation. As you can see, this Dragulescu and Yakovenko, they did this simulation that you start with this 1,000, that with this 500 people, all having the same amount of money, this money, that's the initial value, 1,000, in whatever currency, and let them do that. They did many modifications to make it more realistic, but at the that the fits to the Boltzmann-Gibbs law, fantastic fit. And therefore, again, what we see is that the basic concept is applicable. And now you think of it, it's motion, that the flow of a particle going from this point and colliding with another one in the other corner of the room, or a person doing a trade here and then walking and going somewhere else and doing some business there. It's all locally controlled by Newton's law. We know that we follow Newton's law. We don't follow quantum mechanics, but even that Newton's law is now not required. A new law emerged out of that. Temperature is something that emerged out of this simulation when we talked of gas, and there is no way we can define temperature from Newton's law or even Schrödinger equation from quantum mechanics. As soon as we put this many particles together and allowed them to exchange things, they exchange whatever the quantity, its energy, its momentum, and so on, we have to introduce this idea of temperature. That's a quantity that emerged out of it, and there was no way temperature could have been identified for a particular single particle problem. We in fact, a very recent experiment. It's done, as you can see, it's done from the Plant Science Department of Cambridge. What they did is to take this E. coli cells. It's a standard E. coli we have in our gut. So again, they don't they don't fight, except that they're competing for space. And then now this fluorescent proteins are available, and these fluorescent proteins, one can color them. And what this experiment did was to find out how they compete for space. And okay, so let me just read out here. It's highlighted that the simple bacterial cells can possess emergent properties due to purely physical interactions. Whole thing is again quantum mechanical if we think at a molecular level, but at a bigger biological level, it's doing many other things. But when it comes to this assembly of such a E. coli in the medium, the interaction turns out to be completely physical. It does not even require the chemistry, the biochemistry, or the biology part of it. So what they did was to look at this interface. These colors are real colors, so these colors will tell us where they are competing, because that's a boundary. So this is what it looks like. And then you take a small box of it and you magnify. So this white box is now the next figure, this figure here. It is this figure here. And then you take a small box and you can see that these are not nice, simple straight lines or spheres or anything like that. And you take a small box here and you magnify, and that's this box here. And you can see that on a scale, on a statistical scale, what we see is this pattern, interpenetrating patterns. These cells, they interpenetrate. And they don't try to form spherical bubbles or straight line patterns or anything like that. In fact, they try to quantify it, and they try to quantify it, and when they try to quantify that, as you can see here, that when they try to quantify here, and they figured out that this is something that's known in mathematics literature for century. And this is called a Koch curve. And so let me explain that, and this is, I'll just end soon. That you start with a line and you divide it into 3 parts, remove the middle part, but add one more so that you get a structure like that. And then we keep on doing that. So you have this small straight line, I get small straight line, remove the middle to 1/3 and replace it by a triangle, and so on. So every line will be replaced by that. Every straight line will be replaced by that. And you measure the length of it. And what one finds is that I start with 1. Now I have 4 sticks of length 1/3, so length will be 4/3. And if you go ahead and count it, what we will see is that its length is increasing. I'm going from this point on the left to the point on the right, and our intuition says that, okay, I take a rope, and that rope I can bend and do many things, but it has a length. But this is a curve whose length goes to infinity, even though I'm going from A to B, which has a finite distance. And this particular biological object, E. coli cells, seem to have this competition of space would lead to these interfaces between various colors, which are the same shape as that. And that's what they say, that when you put them together, no matter what laws they obey, or chemistry, biochemistry, and biological rules they obey, ultimately they generate a feature which is independent of those underlying features. Let me just give one more example, and I will stop here. And think of copper. It's copper, the electroplating, copper deposited from copper sulfate solution. And in this experiment, what was done is that this is a plane surface on which copper got deposited, and the electroplating turned out to be not a smooth object. So it creates this hills and valleys. And after 5 minutes, they got this. This is at the micron scale. So you see the scale here, it's at a micron scale. And so after 5 minutes, they got this surface. So this is the plate on which they are electroplating. So the copper is getting deposited. And what they're doing is this image is showing the height of this copper deposited on the surface. After 30 minutes, they have it's got deposited on a bigger scale. And of course, the height has increased. So what they did, this is done in Japan, this Yamata's group in 1994, that you bring it down, you scale it so that it looks at the same time. So you see now this horizon, the size of the plate is now much bigger. You can read from the image, and then but it is still scaled in a way so that it looks of the same size. And you scale the vertical, and this vertical scaling turned out to be slightly non-trivial. But if you can scale, if I choose my scale properly, unit properly, so that the vertical distance can be put in the same level, the surface turns out to be of similar type, even though it has evolved for a long, long time. And this evolution, whether at the single atom level, one would say quantum mechanics, or it's because it's in a solution, there is friction, it's Newtonian mechanics. But none of these Newtonian mechanics or quantum mechanics would help us in explaining why is this scaling happening in the system. And then they went ahead with 60 minutes. And again, they had to scale, and now this has increased from 10 micron to 60 micron, but still the behavior remains the same. And therefore, there is a scaling pattern that emerged out of it, which is nowhere in the underlying motion, underlying equations, underlying dynamics of the system. Something that has to be independent of all those details. In fact, it's much more striking than that. And that's this white clouds we see on sky. So the satellite images, and we know that these clouds are not slabs, rectangular slabs or spheres. They're as rough as this surface of this electroplated surfaces. And from this satellite image, one can actually see this, measure this fluctuation. One can take a baseline. In fact, the baseline they took is the sea level. And one can look at this modulations at the top of this cloud. And what it turned out to be that the modulation that one sees there at thousands of kilometers is the same modulation that one sees in the copper atoms at angstrom, at micron level. Again, the dynamics is completely different. Material is completely different. But we can seem to see certain laws which have emerged out of who knows what it is, but it has emerged out of this assembly of many such objects together. So let me come to a conclusion, and this is what something called emergent phenomena, that Newton's law has to be an emergent phenomena, that when we take objects which obey quantum mechanics and combine them to get a top or a car, this large number of molecules, they don't obey quantum mechanics anymore. There has to be a way in which they developed its own law, and that law turned out to be Newton's law. And then you take many of these cars, each of them may obey Newton's law, but this collection of cars will have its own law. And this was given the name "More is different" by Phil Anderson. Phil Anderson unfortunately passed away last year. And his point was that to think of any subject, elementary entities of science X, suppose it's solid state physics or many body physics. Whenever we think of solid state physics or these gas molecules, we have to start with the idea of how these molecules see each other, how they interact with each other. And that comes from this particle physics, elementary particle physics. How would two electrons interact? How would an electron interact with the proton and the neutron? One can go beyond that, but let's start at this level. That if we know these elementary particle physics, the laws, the interactions, then we can formulate what we call solid state physics, liquid physics, gas physics, in other words, many body physics. If we know many body physics, how to handle this many body system, we can handle chemical reaction, and that's the subject of chemistry. And if we know how molecules behave and how they interact and how they transfer, change atoms from one to the other, we can understand molecular biology. If we understand molecular biology, we can go to cell biology, and it continues, and ultimately we come to physiology. And these physiological objects like us will have a psychological behavior. And when you connect many of such objects with psychological independent activities, what we get is social science. And so there is this hierarchy of laws, but this hierarchy does not imply that science X is just an applied Y. Solid state physics is not applied elementary particle physics. Chemistry is not applied solid state physics or applied many body physics. It's not applied physics. Chemistry has its own rule. Molecular biology is not just chemistry. Molecular biology has its own laws and its own rules, and this continues. And that's what we will say, that's the emergence. And that's how we have to understand that. So that we can see from on a log scale, that if I change the size of the things we are looking at, then this is a very small scale. That to see a red blood cell, we have to think of chemistry, its chemical reactions, but go to a bigger scale of ant, a human being, we need to understand the activities of biology. We don't need to know what happened, what is the hydrogen atom spectrum, and what is the value of Planck's constant. The laws have changed. And then we go to a slightly bigger scale of astronomical object, then we have a different sets of rules. In fact, one can put that on a much bigger scale. This is what we see. This is where the solar system is. That's where the cosmology is, and the whole idea of physics and science was this reductionist approach. Well, biology also started that way. That you break down and go to smaller and smaller units and try to find out the basic behavior of the smaller units. Then the smaller units would tell us how they behave. And that was the overriding principle for this after the development of quantum mechanics for almost 50, 60 years. And now we recognize that yes, that's a good approach, but one can never come back. This level, that going from a small interaction, this is the string theory level, and from that string theory level, if you want to go up, we have to think of a different way. How Newton's law would emerge from quantum mechanics? How would gas and solid and liquid emerge out of particles whose interactions we know? And it's Newtonian mechanics we know. And then can we develop a mechanism by which we can describe why is the copper depositing from copper sulfate is the same as the cloud formation over thousands of kilometers? Why is the traffic jam formed on the road is very similar in basic ideas to this insects in wheat and atta and so on. And then we can go to this bigger and bigger scale. And that's what we call emergent phenomena. And this conference is on the future, and I think the future of science lies in that understanding. Then we can have a better way of seeing how one level affects the other one, and where we can control, where we cannot control. Let me just stop here. That this is called more is different. As we add more and more elements, the laws of that single object somehow disappear and new laws emerge. We do not know. We somehow have a framework to formulate that, but it's not yet concrete. But that's the future research in I think all of science taken together. So let me just stop here. They remind you of this Koch curve. Koch 100 years ago attempted to get a curve. He was a mathematician. We all learn in mathematics that there are lines where which can be continuous, but there could be situations where I cannot take derivative. I cannot draw tangent. And Koch's attempt was to get a curve where I cannot draw a tangent anywhere. And that after a second, he was able to draw that curve which you have seen. And it took almost a century to get a physical application of that. And it is amusing that that around the same time, 1,000 miles away, a poem was written by Rabindranath Tagore that 100 years from today, who are you sitting reading a poem of mine under curiosity's sway 100 years from today? So 100 years from after Koch, one sees that curve actually can be seen in a completely different domain. It's biology or E. coli, they compete for space. Maybe 100 years from today, somebody will come to this conference and say, now we understand how these laws emerge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very invaluable talk. I'm sure this talk must have created spark in us to contemplate over different phenomena, the multidisciplinary approaches on how one can employ in understanding science. Thank you, sir. Since we are running late, so we have to cut short this interactive session. And dear participants, if you have any questions for Professor Bhattacharjee, you may type in the chat box, and this shall be discussed at the end of the session. So before we begin with the next speaker, I'd like to request the next two speakers, Mr. Bikramjit Chandra and Mr. Alok Barwa, to kindly cut short your presentation time from 15 minutes to 7 minutes. So now I welcome Mr. Bikramjit Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, to give a presentation on detection of phosphine gas in the Venusian atmosphere, a discussion.
Okay, so I'm just going to get started with the presentation. Just a moment. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vikramjit Chandra. I am a member of the faculty here in the Department of Physics at Salesian College. And today I'm going to try my best to race through a 15-minute presentation in 7 minutes. So before I talk about this presentation, this is the detection of phosphine gas in the Venetian atmosphere. This was a paper that was dropped back in September 2020 and caused quite a bit of commotion. I'm going to talk about this paper. However, I will mention that, first of all, because of the shortage of time, I can't go into too much detail. Secondly, this is a paper on radio and planetary astronomy, which is not exactly my area of expertise. But that being said, back in September 2020, Greaves and her group dropped this paper in astronomy, and then overnight, astronomy Twitter exploded. Basically, what this paper says is that they used 2 radio telescopes and they detected the gas phosphine in the Venetian atmosphere, specifically at 56 kilometers above the surface of Venus. And they didn't understand why phosphine was there. They couldn't explain the existence of phosphine in the atmosphere. And as I said, astronomy Twitter exploded overnight. And then once the mainstream news media got hold of it, suddenly we began to see headlines that look like this. You know, there's life in Venus. Maybe there's life in Venus. Have you heard there are microbes in Venus? So as you can see, the detection of phosphine apparently means that there might possibly be life on Venus. So today in this, I'm going to talk about this paper and why the detection of phosphine is so important and whether or not they actually detected phosphine in the atmosphere. So first of all, is it possible for there to be life in the Venetian floor? Yes. This is a idea that has been explored since the 1970s. The first paper on this topic was written back in the times of Carl Sagan. But it is considered that in the mid-atmosphere, so about 40 to 70 kilometers above the surface of Venus, the conditions are good enough for microbial life to exist. You know, small little Earth-type microbes could possibly exist in the Venetian clouds. And why exactly is phosphine so important is because phosphine is what we sometimes call a biosignature gas. A biosignature gas is a type of gas which, if you detect in a planetary atmosphere, could possibly lead to signs of life. A common example of a biosignature gas is oxygen. Another one is water vapor. Here, Sosa Silva and her group basically present a very strong case as to why phosphine should be considered a biosignature gas. Specifically because phosphine is a gas that is very rarely created by abiotic processes. It is created by lightning strikes, it is created by volcanic activities, it is created by hydrolyzing of geological formations, but they create very little phosphine. Also, phosphine is a compound that breaks apart very easily. So if you detect any phosphine in the atmosphere, something is continually replenishing the supply. On Earth, we do have phosphine. It is created by human beings and by anaerobic microbial bacteria. So now you can understand why the detection of phosphine in the clouds of Venus could suddenly make everyone go, hey, maybe we detected life on Venus, possibly. So now I'll talk about Greaves' paper. And what they did was back in 2017, they used the JCMT, the James Clerk Maxwell Telescope. This is a radio telescope out in Hawaii. And what they did was they took 5 days of observations of Venus, and they thought that they found something that looks like this. So if you look over here, this is the absorption signature of a transition of the phosphine molecule. Basically, they said we have detected something that tells us that there is phosphine molecules in the atmosphere. And based on their sample analysis, based on their computational modeling, they thought that they found about 20 parts per billion concentration of phosphine. However, as you can see here, this is the baseline, and the absorption signature is not very strong. The signal to noise ratio is very low. It's only about 4. So they weren't very happy with the data. So they sat on the data for a while until 2019, when they managed to get some time on ALMA. ALMA is the Atacama Large Millimeter Submillimeter Array. It is a much more sensitive radio telescope. And then they took another observation of Venus. And as you can see here, they found the dip. It is much more clearer. The signal to noise ratio is now 13.5. This was their claim for the detection of phosphine. This is the signal at various latitudes, equator, the mid-latitudes, and the polar latitudes. Because of the positioning of ALMA versus Venus, most of the observations are done in the mid-latitudes. Right? So here we go, they've detected phosphine, they think it's there. And now the next thing they try to do is they try to explain where the phosphine could come from. What are the geological or chemical activities in the Venetian atmosphere or the Venetian surface that could create phosphine? So they looked at 75 different chemical reactions at over multiple possible conditions that would allow such reactions to occur. But ultimately, in the end, what they realized was the rate of formation of phosphine, which is this red line over here, is much lower than the rate of destruction of phosphine in the atmosphere. Basically, accounting for every process that they could think of, the destruction rate of phosphine is so much higher than the formation rate that we should not have any detection of phosphine at all. The fact that they are detecting phosphine in the atmosphere means that there is either some sort of chemistry, unknown chemistry at work in Venus, or maybe there's some biology going on. So as they say here, they conclude that they have detected phosphine in the atmosphere. They give various reasons for it. But the most important one is there is no other known reasonable candidate transition for the absorption other than phosphine. We're going to talk about that. And the next thing they said was they detected phosphine at 20 parts per billion at 56 kilometers above the surface of Venus. And I'd like to remind you, and I'd also like you to focus on the 56 kilometers because we're going to talk about that as well, assuming we have time. And finally, they say, even though we may have detected phosphine, this is not a robust evidence for life. Obviously, the mainstream media promptly ignored that line and they said, maybe we found life on Venus. Who knows? Now, while everyone was being abuzz and everyone was talking about this detection, a lot of astronomers were actually trying and analyzing the data, and a lot of objections were raised. Many of the objections was on the data analysis done from GCMT and also some of the data analysis done from ALMA. But the most important objection was raised was, how do you know you're not confusing this phosphine detection for a detection of sulfur dioxide? And just to make it clearer, this is the absorption of phosphine that Greaves and her group were noticing. Right there is the absorption spectrum of sulfur dioxide. Oh, I might not have mentioned, but sulfur dioxide is the third most common compound in the Venetian atmosphere. So yeah, obviously you will most likely, it is possible to confuse the detection of phosphine with the detection of sulfur dioxide. In fact, it should look something like this. It should both merge together because of instrument sensitivity. However, now it's not like Greaves and all didn't know about this. Obviously, they knew about this, and they do address this in their original paper. Let's look for the sign of sulfur dioxide at another temperature, at another energy level. And what they did was, this red line here is the model for the absorption spectrum of sulfur dioxide that would explain the absorption spectrum that they are seeing. This black line here is what they notice from the data. Basically, they are not seeing any sulfur dioxide. Right over here is this red line is the absorption that they noticed. This little green histogram here is the best case estimate of sulfur dioxide contribution. Basically, they are saying that the sulfur dioxide only contributes to about 10% of this entire histogram. So because of this, because sulfur dioxide does not fully explain this absorption, it has to be phosphine. And while the debate was raging back and forth for a while, just a few weeks ago, Linkowski and all dropped this paper. And this is probably the end of the entire phosphine saga, because this paper basically says it is not possible to be phosphine, it has to be sulfur dioxide. The detection is sulfur dioxide. And what they did was they did a numerical model of the Venetian atmosphere at different combinations of sulfur dioxide and phosphine. And what they noticed was, even if phosphine existed in the atmosphere, there should be a very strong sulfur dioxide signal, twice as strong as the phosphine signal. So when Greaves and all are saying that we cannot detect any sulfur dioxide, something is wrong. And in fact, in the final model down here, this is a model without any phosphine in the atmosphere. It is a perfect fit for just sulfur dioxide only. So you can explain this without the need for introducing phosphine. And in fact, the death knell would be this graph right here. I know it looks complicated, but basically, this is the ALMA detection that Greaves and all had. What they did was they modeled how high above the surface of Venus this detection could have happened. According to them, the intensity of the signal is such that whatever detection they're reading, it has to come from 80 kilometers above the surface of Venus, not 56 kilometers like Reeves and all were postulating. At 80 kilometers above the surface of Venus, phosphine cannot exist. The ultraviolet rays of the atmosphere there is so thin that the ultraviolet rays of the sun simply just dissociate the compound apart. In fact, if you look over here, you'll notice this little dotted blue line. You notice it does not extend above 70 kilometers. Phosphine just does not exist up there. Sulfur dioxide, on the other hand, does exist at these heights. So because of these two data, it is pretty sure that they detected sulfur dioxide at a very high altitude and not phosphine. There's also an explanation about why they could not detect sulfur dioxide. It goes to something called line dilution, but since I don't have time, I'm going to skip over this. Let's just say they made a mistake in their data analysis. So ultimately, while Reeves and all have not given an official word on whether or not they're retracting their statement, much of the debate is over. Unfortunately, we probably have not detected life in Venus. And it's a bit of a sad story, but this did cause a lot of commotion back in September, and I thought that this was interesting enough to talk about. So thank you so much for listening to my talk. I apologize for it being very rushed, but circumstances are such. And here are my references, and I'll take any questions. Do we have time for questions? Do we have time for questions? So in phosphine is not expected to be there, and sulfur dioxide is 0.015% in the Venusian atmosphere.
So can I ask something?
Yeah, you can ask the question.
So according to you, is there life on Venus?
Is there life on Venus? Probably not.
That's okay.
Does anybody else have a question? Okay. Professor, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your intriguing talk on quest for understanding whether extraterrestrial life exists or not. And now we have Mr. Alok Barwa, who is a student, is going to present on artificial intelligence and computer vision. We welcome Mr. Alok Barwa. Oh, okay. So again, you are reminded to kindly give your presentation for 7 minutes. Do not exceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So somebody's presenting. I need to present my screen. Yes, sir. Can you see the screen? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alok Barwa, and I'm going to present on the topic of image recognition by art, which is a sub-branch of artificial intelligence. I'll be covering convolutional neural network method by which we can recognize images. Have you ever seen any kind of human recognition thing coming in your before visiting a website? Have you ever seen this coming over your screen, or maybe something like this? Do you know why they actually put it in front of you? They're actually training their AI systems databases so that they can these are cars and roads, as you can see, traffic lights you can see. So they are probably making it for a good quality car AI system. So that is why they are doing this. So we'll be looking over a very basic image recognition and how it goes through a convolutional neural network. So imagine we have only two kind of symbols in this entire world, a backward slash and a forward slash, only these two kind of images. And we need to present it on a 4x4 pixels. So we can see that there are only 4 pixels on the screen. That is this one, this one, this one, this, and this, only 4 pixels. So we have to present these both symbols in these 4 pixels. So how are we going to do that? Let's say if there is a backward slash, will be lighting up these 2 pixels and the other 2 pixels will be off. And if there is a forward slash, then we'll be lighting up these 2 pixels and the other 2 pixels will be off. So we want the opposite thing to happen. The computer should actually get this image and it should say, yeah, this is the backward slash. And if there is this other image, then it should say, yeah, this is a forward slash. What do we do? So computer cannot see, right? We have to give it some kind of numerical value such as 1 or 0. In this case, I have given 1 for all of the lighted pixels and -1 for all of the non-lighted pixels for both of the images. So a backward image has two ones and two -1s, and same goes for the forward slash. And so what do? We get, and yeah, the computer cannot even see a matrix. It stores everything in a form of array this way. So the top left goes first, then top right, then bottom left, and then the bottom right. So how can we characterize these two images? How can we say one is backward slash and one is forward slash by these numbers? Let's think for once. If we add it, we see that both of these images produces 0. So we cannot add all of these. Let's try to multiply it, and we see that both of these produces a 1. We cannot do that as well. Let's try another approach, a little bit complicated one. In this, what we'll do, the top left will put a plus sign, and for the top right, we'll put minus. For the bottom left, we'll put minus, and for the bottom right, we'll put plus. So plus plus becomes 1 for the top array, minus minus becomes 1, minus minus becomes 1, and plus plus will give 1. And when we add, we see that the top image produces a 4, and similarly, the bottom image produces a -4. So we can see that the positive value gives a backward slash and the negative value gives a forward slash. Let's see for a little complicated image. We as humans can see that these two pixels are lighted, so this is a backward slash. But we also see that there is an error. There is this extra pixel that is lighting up. So this is, we can consider it as human errors like we do. Let's say my ink spill on that part and this part also lit up. And for the forward slash, let's say my ink was not sufficient enough, so only one of the pixels lit up. But we as humans can see that one is a backward slash and the other one is a forward slash, right? So let's apply that previous theory on this one. And if we apply it, since there is less time, I'm not going to describe much. So we see that the top image produces a positive value and then bottom image produces a negative value. And again, we can see the positive value is pointing to a backward slash and the negative value is pointing to the forward slash. So let's roll back once and see, we as humans can recognize that which one of these is a backward slash and which one of these is a forward slash, right? But the computer only recognizes numbers. But there is one thing a computer is good at, that is reading data sets. So we can see that there is a lot of, these are all the possible plus and minus values. And so there are a total of 16 data sets. Let's see which of these are correct. And we see that only 2 of these are correct. And rest all of these are wrong. Now imagine this, there is only 2 of the possible outputs that we are acquiring. And still we need to go through 16 choices. Just imagine how much data we'll have to go through if we go through a real life situation. For example, just count the pixels on your phone, it will be given on the settings and you can see how much pixels it has to read. So we cannot actually go by this approach. So we have to try something little smarter. Let's go back to the basics. Again, we have 4 pixels and like the first step, we'll add all of these 4 pixels. Now let us divide it. Oh, sorry, let's add minus to each of these pixels one by one. And since we don't have any reference, let's call the first one as worse, second one as better, worse and better. What I'm doing is just simply adding minus to each of these blocks one by one. Now let's take a better node and let's see what happens next. And again, we are going to add minus to each of these blocks in this node. And we see that the first one is worse, second one is better, I'll explain now, and the third one is worse. Why the second one is better is because in the previous one, we knew that the minus and the plus has to be diagonal. And the only one which is being diagonal to this is this one. This node is only being diagonal. The other 2 are not being diagonal. So only one of these is better choice. Since we are satisfied with this, so we have to stop here. Now let's see a little more complicated stuff. Oh, and in real life situations, -1 plus 1 is not the only limit. You can actually have any amount of variables. So there are way too many choices. So what the computer does is it goes through a thing called gradient descent, in which it takes a function which will have lots of error. This has a lots of error, and it will try to minimize these errors as much as possible. So it will go through the second layer, third layer. It's trying to minimize the function, and when it gets to -1, -1, -1, and 1, it finds that it is the least number of error. It's not that this will not produce error, it will still produce it, but it is the least number of error, so it will get satisfied by this result. We can see that it takes an error functions and it takes the derivative of that error function, get to this node, and then it gets satisfied. Let's go to a little bit more complicated situation. This time we have a 3x3 matrix and we have 4 outputs. It is forward slash, backward slash, a cross sign, and a circle. So how will we make it in this 6x6 pixels? Let's see. So for backward slash, we can see all the little littered images are pointed by 1, and all the non-littered images are pointed by -1. And same goes for X, forward slash, and a circle. Let's see what happens next. So let's think of the approach which we took just now, that is pointing with plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, and so on. And just imagine if we have a very large image, is this method practical? It wouldn't be practical, because most of the time it would either crash or it will produce the same results, or it will start producing arbitrary values. It will be very difficult to control the output with this kind of approach. We need to do something little smarter. Will divide the images. So we know that in a 4x4 pixels, these 2 pixels, if they are lit up, this is a backward slash, and if these 2 pixels are lit up, this is a forward slash. So what we do next is we take our image and then we'll divide it into groups of 4. Let's say this, and this pixel will point to this, and the next. Okay, I'll show it in the next slide. So we'll divide this into small images, and then we'll draw from our data values. Yes, sir. And then we'll overlap the images and we'll get our final image. Let's go to the next slide and see. Here we are taking the whole image and then we are grouping it into groups of 4. So this 2 plus, as we know from the past, produces a value of 4. And this is and from here, let's say we'll have a threshold value. Let's say if we get a 4 or above, it will give a positive value. And if it produces 4 or below, it will give a negative value. So in this case, we got a 4 over here through this. So plus 1, minus minus plus 1, 2, minus minus plus 1, again 1, 3, and plus 1. So it will give 4. And since it is 4 and above, so it will draw the image. And when we go to the next group of 4 sets of these squares, we see that we get a negative 4. So in the previous time, we were just taking it as a forward slash. But here, since we have a threshold value, -4 will not produce any result, since it has to be above the threshold value. So it is not producing anything. Similarly, for the other 2 squares, we see that -4 will give nothing, and then 4 will again draw. So this is giving this one the backward slash, so it makes a backward slash. Let's go to the next slide. So what happens is these 2 images which we got after the convolutional layer, this part is called the convolutional layer, and the threshold part is called the pooling layer. When we combine these 2 images, we get our desired image which we wanted to see. Let's see the next example. This is a circle, and the same thing happens. If it is below threshold value, it will not light up the pixels, and this makes a circle. And when we go to a backslash, this time we want to make a backslash. So we see that this part is fine. The positive one is making the lighting of the pixel, but the negative one is just not doing anything. Here we see we have a +2, but it does not draw anything because it is below the threshold value. Like I said, 4 is the threshold value. It is below 4, so it will not do anything. And again, when we overlap these both images, we see we get a backslash. So this thing works. Now a computer does not read matrices, right? So it cannot read this. So it has to read it through an array. So the first top left goes first, the second one goes next, and so on. So we get, for these shapes, we get these arrays. And let's see what happens next. Okay, so what we have to do now is we have to store like what array is this. So we'll take this shape and then we'll compare it with each of these nodes here. So whichever one matches, we'll make it one, and rest of them will be negative. So first one matches, so one. The next two does not match, so minus one, and the last one matches, so it is one, and the rest goes on accordingly. Then the fun part comes, then we provide filters. Since we see that all of these has a unique value, we need to provide filters so that it can produce the desired output. So for x, the filter is plus, minus, minus, plus, minus, plus, plus, minus. Similarly for o, it is minus, plus, plus, minus, and plus, minus, minus, plus. And when we multiply these both values, like the first example for 4 by 4 matrix we saw, we'll get this shape, and we'll get this circle, and similarly for the other shapes. Here we can see the same thing happening. We are
Alok, I'm
um,
sorry, you have to stop now. We have already exceeded the time limit.
okay, so
All right,
so
thank you very much.
can I just show two more slides? That's
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So we can see for the x, this was the filter, and when we apply, it will produce the value of 8. It will add all of these values, and for the next all of these nodes, it is producing less value. So whichever is the maximum, we can confidently say it is that shape. So for this, it is the shape of x. Similarly for the other shape. So recapping everything, we can see that we are taking an image, dividing it into small parts, figuring out from those small parts which of the parts which we can recognize, then making it into form of kind of like a vector space. And then it is not a vector space, but we are kind of making it like that. Then we are providing a filter layer, and then we get an image. So for just this 3 by 3 pixel, we are going over so many things. So what happens when a full image comes into play? Oh yeah, and one more thing, it will also go through the same thing. It will start with the error function, then it will go on decreasing the errors till it finds the least amount of errors, and so on. So finally, as a conclusion, I would like to say what would happen if we have a big image like what we see on our computer or through our camera. What it will do is it will take the whole image and it will divide it into small sections like we saw. It will run through the small sections and it will break it into parts. Then again, it will break it into parts. It will break it into more parts. And at the end, it will provide one or more fully connected layers, and when all of those layers are connected, it can produce it can say like, okay, this is a dog or a cat or a boat. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have a short break of 15 minutes, and we'll see you at 2. The next technical session will start from 2 p.m. Okay, thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, Sandeep sir. Sandeep sir, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Hello. Very good afternoon, Father. How are you?
Sandeep sir, we'll begin shortly. We are just setting up our session, the next technical session. So kindly bear with us for another 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Sandeep sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Now we begin with our technical session 3. Before we start off with our third session, there is a third technical session. Let me introduce our distinguished plenary speaker, that is Mr. Sandeep Sen Gupta. I will be very short and precise in introducing sir because he is such a multi-talented person that if I go on speaking about him, it will take me an hour to describe all about him. So in short, I will say that Sandeep sir, he is the founder and the director of ISO that is the Indian School of Ethical Hacking. He is the lead auditor of CISA. Well, apart from this, there is also a security consultant, and on top of he is also an entrepreneur. So, welcome, sir, to our Tist 2021, and we hand over the session to you so that you can start off with your talk.
A very good afternoon to Father George, to Dhiro sir, to all the faculty members over here, and a warm good afternoon to all the students who are present over here. I can see that at least 18, 19 students are present over here. Nice to see you people over here. Last year I was there in the college physically. Due to COVID, though, this time it's not possible, I mean, to come over there and interact with you. Otherwise, last time it was a big gathering and it was a very exciting session. Now, this year, I have been told that the session is about the new trends in science and technology and the impact on education and work. So I have around 20 minutes to continue this session. So the students who are present over here, I would like to make it very interactive. The chat window is open, so I would ask you questions. I will ask your opinion, and feel free to write over there so that I understand that you have understood what I'm saying. Let us keep the chat window open. All right. Okay. Now, this is the future of science and technology and impact on education, skills, and work. This is my topic for today. And I'm a cybersecurity professional. So I will talk about the new innovations in science and technology. And I would like to hear how much you are aware of these innovations and where do you place yourself. Now, see, you people are, I don't know which year you are from, first year, second year, third year, but soon you will be joining the industry. You will be trying for a job, and depending upon which year you are from, you either have 3 years time in your hand or you have only 1 year time in hand for you people to be ready for these jobs. So instead of you up, let me see you are aware of this. So let us go into this picture. This is a picture of the future home and office. Now see, when I say future home and office, as you have seen in the COVID pandemic, our home has become our office, and previously our office was almost our home. We used to stay maximum time at our office, so almost everybody was complaining that your office is the home. Now after 2020 pandemic and work from home, our home has become at office, so everybody is working from home and not going to the office. So whatever be the case, your home is your office or your home is your home, this is the future home. Once you see this picture, I would like to ask the technical students what comes to your mind? What can you see from this picture? And what can you write over here? I will just share the picture again because I want to also see your chat. Can you write in the chat window? Can you please write in the chat window what is your understanding? I will just again share the chat window. Fine. I believe all of you can see my picture and I can see your chat. So while you look at my picture, can you write in the chat window, the students, what exactly comes to your mind when you look at this picture? I have two questions to ask you. What comes to your mind when you look into this picture? And number two, when you go for a job, what type of job you think will come to you? Can I see some interaction in the chat window, please? Because my sessions has to be interactive. It is not a broadcast mode. It is not that I talk and you listen. Soon you will fall asleep. So it's always that I will give you some case studies where you have to give me an answer. I need some interactive interaction from the students. Please have your chat window open and let me know that if this is the future home and you are an engineer or a science student, because we are into the science and technology technical session, where exactly, even if you are a BCom student or a management students or a technology students, this is the future. And where do you see yourself when you look into this diagram? What type of job you think you will have when this will come to the mainstream? Can I see some reply in the chat window? I hope all of you have access to the chat window. Sir, do they have access to the chat window? Okay, digital marketing. Anything else? I got only one answer, digital marketing. I believe all of you have access to the chat window. Can you please write in the chat window what comes to your mind? Cloud computing, very good. That's a good answer. Cloud computing, anything else? Oh, the requirement of a technical steward at a residence. Well, I'll come to it. I will answer that comment. Can I get some more answers? Okay, I think 3 answers out of 22. I can be okay with that. Let us go into this picture again. This is the future home and office, and this, I think I was expecting an answer that these are connected to each other and connected to the internet. So if you look very carefully, this is talking about IoT. See, we are having a rapid change, and all of you who are studying now, whatever you are studying currently, will that fit into tomorrow's world? Otherwise, you will be jobless. If you want to have a good salary, if you want to fit into tomorrow's world, tomorrow's industry, tomorrow's home, you need to understand the technology which is not just existing today, but will become a normal tomorrow. So when I look into this picture, I can see that even the advertisements are coming on television nowadays, that you have a smart TV, you have remote control to control your AC, not just from your home, but even from your office, which can be 10 kilometers away. So your smart TV can download the program based on what you see every day. So even if you are not at home, your smart TV knows you. And the smart TV knows that every 9 p.m. you watch a serial, a TV serial, and today you couldn't come and watch it. So it is good to download that serial so that you can, when you come back home, you can watch that serial. Your micro oven will start warming up your food before you come home so that you don't have to do the job. Your AC knows you and know that what temperature and humidity is your preference. So it will self adjust itself to your preference, and before you come home, it is either warm or cold as per your liking. See, these devices previously 10 years back, somebody said that you need a steward at home. That is not the case. In new technology, when we talk about machine learning, machine is actually learning us. We are not learning the machine as we had done 10 years back. 10 years back, when you have bought a new mobile, when you have bought a new television, you used to go through the manual to understand how it works. Now, when you buy a new machine today, the machine try to study you and understand what is your liking, and it adjusts yourself to your liking. Today, we are talking about smart TV, smart home, even we are talking about smart cities. Very soon, within another 5 years, 10 years, most of the cities we live will turn into a smart city. And everything will be automated. We will need very less number of people to manually control it. So job will actually shrink. There will be very less number of jobs in the market where manually you have to operate them. So operators will be lost. Those jobs will not be there. The service industry will be shrinking because we don't need so many operators to operate all these devices. The devices are self-managed. They are, I should say they will adjust as per our needs. So the only people who will be needed will be the people who can code the firmware, who can write the software to make these devices understand the requirement of the people. There will be a lot of people who will be working on data sets. I don't know whether you have any idea what is called a data set. Now, if these technologies sound very foreign, sounds very unfamiliar to you, down the line after 2 years, you people are big jobless people. So you have to rapidly, very small time, because the world is changing pretty fast and the technology is and the change is the only constant, as we say in our IT world or technology world. So if you are not familiar with these new terms, technology, with this world, once you come out of the college after 2 years or 3 years, you will see you know a lot of things which you will not be able to apply in that world that exists after 3 years. So we have new technology like blockchain, like artificial intelligence, like machine learning. In security, we have something called SOC SIEM. We have robotics. We have chatbots. Even like nowadays, when you go to a portal, you start chatting with a help desk support guy. Actually, there is no guy. Previously, we used to have a call center with 200 people who caters to the people. Like if you go to a big site, like maybe Flipkart or maybe Make My Trip, and you start asking questions, even if you come to our website, isvh.com, and you start talking over there, the first person who will attend your chat is a chatbot. It's a code. It's not a human. Because we cannot cater thousands and thousands of questions that are asked to us. So the basic level questions we have seen are all similar type of questions which are asked to us. So if we write a code who is taught that if this question is asked to you, this is the stereotype answer, most likely out of 1,000 questions, 800 questions will be answered by that code rather than having a human sitting over there. So see, 800 queries, I don't need to employ a staff. These are done automatically by technology. Only the remaining 200, I need a very specialized staff where some very complicated questions has been asked. IoT, chatbot, robotics, AI, ML, blockchain, all these are future, and security is an integral part of it. This is another sector I want to highlight. This is the healthcare sector. See, we already have Google smart glasses. We are already wearing Fitbits to measure our heartbeat, our health, and we have smart watches which are constantly telling us how many steps we have walked, and all these are talking to each other through Bluetooth. So end of the day or end of the week, they will tell you whether you have walked more miles than last week. Or even if you are sitting idle for maybe 3 hours, your watch will start telling you, please start moving. You bugger, why are you sitting for 3 hours? So all these devices are talking to each other, that the whole world will be a connected world. And these are the technologies, these are the coding, these are the software where industry will need a lot of competent workforce. If you are not equipped, you will be left behind and you will be sitting idle with no job, while some people will be having a very, very high salary. Okay, coming to the industry. Again, I want to ask the question. This is my industry. This is the diagram that you are seeing. What comes to your mind? Can you write in the chat window when you look at this picture? What comes to your mind while you look into this industry automation? Where do you fit in? What type of job you think you can do, which will fetch you a good salary? What type of technology have you learned where you see that you fit into this job? Who can give me the answer? I need at least 3 answers to continue. Students, I need some answer. Right or wrong, I want people who can come forward and lead. You can be wrong. There is no harm in that. There is no shame in that. But I need some interaction. I need some leaders who will come forth and give an answer. When you look at that picture, what comes to your mind? See, there are a lot of hints in that picture. When you look into the picture very carefully, a lot of things comes to your mind which you have already seen on the television. Look towards the left, towards the right, towards the top, towards the bottom. See what comes to your mind. Where do you think something you have seen and you can actually, maybe you know the technology, maybe you don't know the technology, but what comes to your mind? What type of things are going on over here when industry automation is going on? Okay, mental labor, physical labor, renewable source energy, very good. Programming related job. Anything else? Anything else? See, you will see something. Okay, development, IoT. Anything else? Anything else? Good answers. Very good answers. Keep on trying. AI. Now again, you are saying something which is very abstract. IoT, AI. I have shown a practical example of few things in that picture. Where is the industry using that? How is the industry using? Who can give me a practical application? Right by looking at the picture, can you see some application and where have you seen that application? If you can identify from that picture, that means you are going in the right way and sooner or later you will get a good job. Entrepreneurs in technical field, anything else? I want a practical example taken out from that picture and written over here. That how that has been used in the industry. Already it is used in the industry. It is given on that picture. Who can give me an idea? Everyone, there are 27 people out over here. Why I am not getting the answer from each one of you? Only 3-4 people are answering. Drones, correct. Very good. Drones for surveillance. Excellent answer. Who else? This is a practical example. Drones. I can see at the top that there are some drones. Is it drones are only for surveillance? What are the drones used for? What are the drones used for? Very good. Excellent. That is a more practical application, delivery and videography. You can see a lot of aerial videos are taken, even in wedding, even in sports where drones are used. You go for a cricket match, okay, vending machine instead of shops, very good. Excellent. Who else? There is another very practical example which each of you are using and mentioned in that picture. Who can identify that? Everybody is using that practical example. Every one of you. And is given in the picture. Who can spot it? Look towards the right side on the top, not the extreme right, something at the top right. Can you see something? Mobile phone, and there is something more over there. Mobile phone is cell phone, electricity. That is very basic. Mobile phone, cell phone, electricity. What you are using while you are taking a Uber or Ola ride? Yes, satellite. What exactly is satellite? What exactly is excellent? GPS. If the GPS is not there, will your Google Map work? Will your Uber work? Will your Ola work? Nothing will work. See the entire cab system, the delivery, everything is based on GPS. Now, this GPS, do you know how the technology works? Because this will become mainstream. We cannot do without GPS. We cannot do without satellite. We cannot do without the telephone network. We cannot do without the drones. Drones will become mainstream in the coming days. So these will become very, very important as we go ahead in future. And down the lines, I am expecting within 2 years, if you don't know this, robotics, in fact, if you go to a restaurant tomorrow, a human steward might not come. A robot might come and take the order. If you go to a factory, like I audit Tata Steel, I audit a lot of companies like ITC. If you go to a big factory like SAIL, like Durgapur Steel Plant, these are all my audit. Even Coca-Cola is my audit. If you go to this factory, you will see that they have extensively used industrial automation. And these are called OT. You have heard about IT, but there is these factories doesn't use IT, they use OT, operation technology. And that is called SCADA. So if you, all the people who are here from the electrical, electronics background, if you don't have idea about SCADA, you will not be able to cope up. That is something which is coming big time in the market, in the industry, and every factory you will be using SCADA system in the coming days. They do not need so many manual labor over there. Extreme left below, everybody has missed out. This is the solar technology, the solar power. Electrical vehicles are coming. Petrol, diesel prices have gone up above 100. This is the future. The solar power, the electrical vehicles. So do you have that knowledge to fit into such jobs where they need the workforce? Because from tomorrow or after a few years, they will stop producing the diesel and the petrol. They will only go for electrical vehicles, and these electric vehicles machines are completely different from the normal vehicles. So whoever is into automobile engineering, are you equipped to get that job? Do you fit into that job? Otherwise, you will become jobless. So renewable energy, see at the extreme right below, these new things you must catch up. You must learn. You must read beyond the books to understand what is coming for you. Otherwise, you will be miles away from the industry and its requirement, and you will end up with a very poor salary. While some of you who will know these topics will earn a very high salary. You know how much high salary? The salary can be of the range of 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs per month. We have seen, because I run a institute, Indian School of Ethical Hacking, where we are tying up with your college. Maybe some of the courses we will offer at your campus. But our students, we have around 1,200 students per year, and some of our students are offered 2 lakhs per month job as a fresher, not even experienced. Why? Because when I talk about 100 students, industry might have 50 jobs and there are 100 students. But out of that 100 students, 99 student doesn't know what industry needs. So only one student is there who actually knows the industry requirement, and that person is getting a 2 lakh job, and the 99 others who are still working with the obsolete technology, they will get at 15,000, 10,000 rupees per month job. So it is a loss for the industry because we are not getting people to fill up that 50 vacancy. We have only 1% and 49 is still vacant. In my security also, I have seen that if you go to Google and search information security, cyber security, ethical hacking, we need 5 lakh professional in India. And at this moment, we have around 70,000. So there's a huge deficit of 4 lakh 30,000. But this is not either helping the students nor helping the industry. When we go try to find a person, like even in Siliguri, the center, we are needing some people over there. We are not getting the right person with the right knowledge. While you people are not getting the right job because you don't know the technology. You don't know what is going on in the industry. So please learn these technologies. The basic things are very easy. CCNA, the building blocks is a network. So please learn these basic things like Cisco certified network associate, then come into ethical hacking, then come into penetration testing. And when I talk about penetration testing, it is IoT penetration testing. This is the new thing. If you are still into that network penetration testing and web penetration testing, still good. Still we need a lot of people. But if you are into IoT penetration testing, then you are the king or the queen. You have the highest salary in the industry. Similarly, learn database, Python, machine learning, and we have a usage of these in security. We need a lot of people in security. As you have seen that we have a lot of threat from outside countries, and also every day you open the newspaper, you see that something got hacked, some company got compromised. And one good news for you, I skipped this part. There is a new regulation coming called Indian Data Protection Regulation 2018. Now this regulation will come into an act this 2021, this year. This will become an act after the election. Once this becomes an act, there is a penalty of 15 crore or 4% of your annual global turnover if there is a data breach. So every company will start hiring people in cybersecurity. Otherwise, they have to face a penalty of 15 crore if there is a data breach. Already Facebook, if you search Google, go and search Google in your laptop or mobile. If you have carrying a mobile, just search Google 5 billion fine to Facebook. Facebook has already been slapped a $5 billion fine, and more of these fines are coming for, penalties are coming for companies all across the world. Good news or bad news? Bad news for this company, good news for you people, because all the students who are present over here, if you fit into the technology, if you fit into the cyber security, these companies will need to hire you people, and they're willing to pay any money to get the right candidate, because there is no right candidate in the industry. You people don't know anything. So please, I hope I have been able to give you an idea how you should proceed. This is my mobile number. You can take a snapshot, a screenshot of this page or a mobile picture. If you need any career guidance, please feel free to send me a WhatsApp message. I'll be happy to help you. So thank you very much. Back to sir.
Thank you, Sandeep sir, for such a valuable talk. Now the session is open to questions. So dear participants, if you have any query or any question to make, you can kindly do that.
I think they are still trying to cope up with whatever they have heard. So hopefully look forward to meet you people. Okay, so
Do we have any question from?
right.
Yes, we have a question from Jadid as well.
Okay. So, two questions has come up. What is the future of data analysis and data science? What would be the most appropriate application for the same? So see, these are basically enablers. I will answer both questions simultaneously. So when you talk about cybersecurity is everywhere. Even data science is used everywhere. I'll give you an example. If you go to Google and search that Ola Uber got hacked, if you search on in your mobile that Ola hacked, you will see that Ola, Uber, Zomato, all these sites got hacked. And now government of India is coming up with a new bill, a new act under the IT Act, that no e-commerce company can save your credit card information. So there will be no express checkout, there will be no auto deduction. Why these are coming? Because we have seen that a lot of companies have failed to protect our credit card information and our personal information like our address, mobile number, name, date of birth, and these can be again used for phone banking and do banking fraud. So when you go into cybersecurity jobs, there are different types of jobs. The jobs can be right from auditor, like the ethical hackers, to penetration tester. Like anybody makes a software, they need to come to the cybersecurity professionals to check whether the software is secured or not. Even I am an auditor for Bandhan Bank. So when Bandhan Bank came live, they asked us to audit whether their banking system is secured or not. Go to an airport, they need to check whether their airport system is okay or not. Go to a factory. I had one slide I didn't mention over there, Stuxnet. Like one factory was under attack. Even if tomorrow there is an attack from China or Pakistan, you will see that they will first attack the power grid, because if the power goes down, everything is lost. So any company you go, they will need a cybersecurity professional to protect their network, to protect their software, to protect their ERP, to protect their industry automation SCADA system. Even you have job as a malware analyst, as a secure code analyzer. You have, even if you are coming from a management background, you have something called ISMS, information system security management system, where ISO 27001 is the standard which every company has to get certified, but they do not have the right manpower to implement it. So every telecom, Airtel, Vodafone, they need security, technology, process, different type of people to do this type of jobs. But if you want to know that where to start from, you always start from CCNA, ethical hacking, Python programming language, database, little bit of HTML. These are the building blocks. And then you can develop into further topic like your reverse engineering, your IoT topic, Android app development, and Android pen testing. So there are higher topics and lower topics, like foundation topics. Foundation topics are CCNA, Python, database, HTML, C. These are the foundation topics that you need. Coming to data and science, I believe data science, somebody else will be there to talk, because I am a hardcore security person. I have spoken from the security domain. Somebody will be more competent to talk on the data science part. Any other question you have?
don't think there is any more questions, sir. So thank you once again, sir, for giving your time.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
We move on to now the next presentation, that is by Amit Singh. So Amit Singh, if you could kindly come forward with your presentation.
Share the screen. Can you hear me? Thank you everyone for giving me opportunity for sharing my presentation. My name is Amit. I am from BCA department from Salesian College. I am going to show you some security awareness we should uh, think about it, how to secure ourselves from data breaching and all. So I'm going to share some thoughts. So it's a kind of joke. Live, love, and get hacked, and stop laughing. So why cyber security awareness is important? As we saw that last presentation, that how important is cyber security, and we should think about why we should aware of this, because now everything is become digital. So everything transactions for financial data and everything become digital. We should be careful about our data, and we always cannot depend on technology, that technology will save us from everything and protect us from everything. It is not like that. There have attackers or hackers, they always try to find out where is the weakness. Every day they get some weakness and they create some malwares and viruses and try to hack the systems uh, and breach our data. So it's also important to reduce our cyber security risk, and it's important for awareness, for lack of awareness, those who have lack of awareness. So it keep them aware about this, and it keeps safe at work and also in at home.
But if you think that why the hackers is interested in us, uh, they are not interested in me. I have nothing to hide or anything. But you are wrong. You are that person that they what they want. They can access your credit card or financial data or medical data, or this kind. It's called a kind of identity theft. They can uh, keep this kind of data, steal this data, and pretend like a physical person as you, pretend themselves as you, and they can use it as a bad manner. They can use your computer resources for crypto mining and ransomware, inject ransomware and doing some posting some advertising. Now we see that cryptocurrency becoming so popular. So hackers always want that resources. It needs resources, some computer to mining and gain cryptocurrency. And also they can also do steal your user or email credentials. As we know that our all the accounts, website, wherever we visit, everything is linked with our email ID. If someone get your access, then think that what they can do. They can sign up with a various website, and they can do anything, whatever they want. So let's see how to protect ourselves from this kind of threats and frauds. Uh, First of all, we should update our system. Updating is very important. Everything, you should not think like nothing is like set and forget. No? If we said that I install some software and leave it, I just use no problem whatever is happening in there. But not like that. Every day some new vulnerabilities comes in software, and every day malware are released. About 360k viruses are released every day. It is even movie is released every 1 month, but it's viruses are released every every day. So it's very important to update our systems. First, you have to update the systems. Whatever operating system are used, every time they release some viruses. So that's why they give updates. We do not ignore that updates. So we should update our operating systems and antiviruses also. It's very important to use update the antiviruses, because every day the new phase comes, and the definitions the definition of updates should be uh, updated. So that's why antivirus should be updated. And don't forget about browser. Using browser, we can access the internet. So you should update your browser also, and mobile devices, tablets, Internet of Things. Now the internet means IoT becomes more popular nowadays. We use everyday's life as a Google Home or Alexa, this and these kind of things for cyber surveillance, for a health monitor. If someone get access this kind of you can imagine that how the dangerous it will be. So let's talk about our passwords. Here a meme, someone figured my password and now I have to rename my dog. So from this meme, we can understand that people have time to rename their own dogs, but they don't have time to change the password. So we should think about it. Here are the top 25 password by rank and year. Usually we do many times this time, no? You just give some password randomly, password 1, 2, 3, 4, admin, prince, like that, football, this kind of thing. Anyone can get your password, no? If you have this kind of password, now just go and change. So how to manage the password? There have first thing, you should not store a password in any Excel file or what documents. If suddenly your someone hack or control your system, they always try to search this kind of keywords, password or something like that. If they get this kind of keywords and get your documents, then your password will be lost, no? So for, I can be, I only recommend to use password manager. Password manager is very useful, like LastPass, KeyPass, OnePass, password. This kind of called password manager. Using this password manager, you have to memorize, remember only one password, a strong password, and you can store all your password into that password manager, and you can get access from any website. Whenever you do save password, just store in that password manager. And other tools is there, two-factor authentication. This is very important. If someone get your password, they will not do anything. You always sometimes you see you get one-time password, or your code is like that in your SMS or phone calls, via phone call or email. So this is kind of to authentication. It's a second form to prove that it is you. No, there have some application like Google Authenticator, Authy. You can use that. It is always changing. Your authentication always change. If your password is compromised, still they will not get access to your account. You can connect with your all account through this authentication system. Now let's talk about links. We'll usually get a lot of links here and there in emails or in Messenger. Okay, but we don't know is a valid link or not. They always try to hide their links. They attach a malicious code with that and send you. You just don't think about and just click. But we can verify that link it is legitimate or not. There have 4 steps you can do that. Like for first step is verify. It is an expecting email. If you are sorry, not email, it's link. It's a expecting link. If it's a link you are getting from in Zoom or email, any place and Messenger, you should think of it. It is expecting to get email or not. Then hover on the links, and it will show you the correct destination where it take you there. Then snipe test, and if you recognize that link, then you can move forward and click that. And if you have any doubt, then just throw it out. Don't visit that site. So 92% of the malware is delivered by email. So most of the malware are delivered by email. So you should think about it. If someone send you email from unknown person, send you, then you should think. Here is the one example about email. So you can see this kind of emails from unknown, untrusted people. So whenever you see this kind of emails, unusual word can be seen. How to red flag it? So this kind of words, strange words they use, like you should check domain name, and is it a expected or interesting links they given. So whenever you see domain name, you should always know that whenever the domain is there at the rate pharmacy.canada, it's a Canada is a foreign domain. You should know that whenever the big companies they send emails, they have their own domain, and they are always the top level domains. They're like .com or .in, and they have their own names before the .com or something. Na? So you can, by this you can recognize this kind of false email. Shorten links. We usually use bit.ly or a tiny URL for shortening the big link to a sorted form. But it is useful, but it is also abused by the hackers or attackers to hide their malicious links. So you can also get rid of by visiting linkexpander.com. You put that email and you can see that what is the expanded email. Sorry, link. There here are the some favorite scams the scammers do, like they send some news, they mimic news from the healthcare scares like coronavirus, no? Protests, elections, and they send you some message about it and give some links without thinking anything. We just click, no? So it automatically get your identity and try to target you. And they sometimes we see some seasonal offers like you will get a laptop or something. So this you should aware of that. So one other example is phone scam. This phone scam is very common nowadays, and people are aware of that. They just try to pretend as a banks or credit card companies or medical insurance. By you can easily find out them. Uh, Here you have to remember that technical whenever some technical supports are calling you, that must be a scam, because the top level companies, they never directly contact with average person. Here are some tips to save yourself. First is device and used drives. Never connect your devices with unknown drives, USB drives or SD card, external drives, even a cell phone. If you are not trusted that, okay. So what it does, if you inject a plug-in with that phone, with your system with a phone or some drives or USB, it automatically do some inject some codes, and it will have access your whole device. So remember that. And the second one is internet safety, how to secure. Never install any software or something whenever it pops up in website, and always use encrypted services, and protecting when receiving and receive or send data. You should remember use HTTPS, not HTTP. You should check the URL. And wireless, whenever you connect wireless devices or use internet services, that time you should use WPA2 or AES, that, and avoid using a public Wi-Fi and using computers and charging. Hackers do a lot of making trap, giving just free Wi-Fi, and whenever people connect, they register all the information of the device. So it's very important, and never trust, assume that whenever you see that green signal, green that padlock, it's a legitimate website. They can host malicious sites also. And last one is internet privacy. Now people are using a lot of internet, visiting a lot of websites, but they're all are giving are free to us. But you should you should remember that nothing is free here. You are not paying anything, but you are giving your data. It is the gold mine now, and that's why you are the product. You are given as a product. You are recognized as a product. They use it. So neighbors use social media, sharing social media, over sharing in social media about your location and everything. There have by default many things are shared. You should check that sites setting and what they are sharing to others, and you can change there also. Using this kind of activity, hackers can target you. And if you are a victim of some this kind of scam, don't panic, but don't wait and stand. So you should reach out to local cyber cell or police station and dial 100 or 112, or you can file a complaint to cybercrime.government.in. And what next is attacks always change. They create a lot of viruses every day, and they try to inject, try to make fools to people. So continue learning. And that's all. Thank you, everyone.
pen drive. Take it out. Which is Thank you, Amit, for creating such good awareness on cybersecurity. We move on to our next speaker, who is Rahul Chetri, and he will be talking on artificial intelligence.
A very good afternoon to father, respected teachers, and everyone present here. My name is Rahul Chetri. I'm pursuing BCA from Celestian College, Siliguri, and I'm here today to speak on a topic, artificial intelligence. So the first question we have, what is artificial intelligence? So AI refers to the ability of a computer or a machine to mimic the capabilities of a human mind. How AI is changing everything. So before getting into broader concept of knowing this, I would like to start with a case study. So we all know that pesticides is being widely used across all over country, India, and pesticides has its drawbacks because it's very harmful to our environment and our local ecosystem. Third, it's very necessary to use pesticides these days because to meet our growing population, the food or crops has to be taken proper care of. So to tackle this problem, we have to be very precise of using the pesticides, but it's not a very easy task to do because it requires a good amount of knowledge in the field of horticulture. But there is a company called Blue River Technology. They have developed a mechanism which involves high complex algorithms, and that they have made a robot which make decisions on the basis of the visual data of the plant. And if the robot finds any plant affected by the pest, then it sprays a small amount of pesticides on that plant to get rid of that pest. So now we are not overcoming this problem on a field basis, but rather now we are curing it in a plant by plant basis. So by this, our environment is not affected, and a very less amount of harmful is done to our environment. So now we have advertisement. I guess we have all come across a situation when you Google something or we search something in Google. For example, if I search my favorite food, and later in the evening, I get to see the same stuff in my Instagram handle as a sponsored post. But how does that happen? How is that possible? Have you ever asked yourself? So it's because of the AI. The Google is very smart and it's been keeping the records of the keywords which you usually search, and the Google use that keywords to target the particular audience for their Google advertisements. So consumers are tuning out ads more than ever. Big brands are betting. AI can help them break through with better targeting and personalizations. So this happens because of the AI. Now, AI is also widely used in the field in the world of finance, and companies or enterprises they use AI to hire employees and also handle automated calls. And AI is also being used in stock analysis, and they have been developing innovative robots uh, which analyzes the stock patterns or the candlestick patterns and the volume trade and recommend
recommend a good name of the shares which the trader use it for investing. Now AI is also being used in the field of medical. It's being used in the drug development. It's being used in clinical diagnosis. Medical artificial intelligence mainly uses computer techniques to perform clinical diagnosis and suggest treatments. AI has the capability of detecting meaningful relationships in a data set and being widely used in many clinical situations to diagnose, treat, and predict the results. So now, artificial intelligence being one of the very uh, innovative thing in the present scenario, but it also comes with few challenges. So at first, we have computing power. So machine learning and deep learning are stepping stones of this artificial intelligence, but but since it involves high complex algorithms, high programs, so there is increased demand for the number of cores or the GPUs for which they have to store the programs. Of course, there are few options which might help, but even that comes with a price. For example, they can use computing and parallel processing, but even that requires a huge amount of uh, uh, so now we have limited knowledge. So apart from technology enthusiasts, college students and researchers, there are only a limited number of people who are aware of the potential of AI. Many enterprises, they are not well known of the fact that AI is being one of the most important thing in the tourist scenario. They are not even aware of the technical services provided by the cloud, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services. So they should be have their work schedule to learn innovative ways of handling their production and managing their resources so that they can be more efficient business. So data privacy and security. So I will give you a scenario. Like for example, let's suppose there is a medical service provider, and it provides service to 1 million people living in the city. So due to cyber attack and the personal data of the 1 million people in the city is being used by everybody in the dark web. So so the data can be related to their health problems, related to their blood groups, related to their disease. So if it falls into a hand of a wrong hands, then they're gonna be a huge disaster in the coming future. So, but as this data is generated from millions of users around the globe, there are chances this data can be used for bad purposes, right? So now we have future of artificial intelligence. Imagine yourself opening of your hotel room without a key, but rather through your facial recognition tools. Your face will become your identity, making everyday transaction easier and efficient. Imagine yourself going to the ATM and like withdrawing your money with your iris scan. So that's amazing, right? So this happens because of the AI. So now get ready to have your products delivered by smaller drones straight to your doorstep within minutes of placing an order. Now prepare yourself to be operated by the robot surgeon in the next few years. A physical surgeon will only be a spectator as a robot actually performs the surgery and helps patient better understand the exam options. Of course, robot surgeon gonna be a very good thing in the coming future, but there is not it's not that the doctor won't be there. Doctor and nurses are very important, even though they are robot surgeons, so that they can keep a check on that robots. So now I would like to conclude by saying that artificial intelligence and machine learning are the products of both science and myth. The idea that machines could think and perform tasks just as humans do is thousands of years old. The cognitive truths expressed in AI and machine learning systems are not new either. It may be better to view these technologies as the implementation of powerful and long-established cognitive principles through engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for your talk on artificial intelligence. I will now move on to the next session, which is the valedictory session. And for that, I will hand over the session to Mr. Thirudatta Subba. He is the Dean of Science, the IT Coordinator, as well as the Head of the Department of Computer Science and Application, Salesian College, Siliguri campus. So, sir, if you could just take over the session.
So we have arrived at the last session for the day, and it has been a long and wonderful day. So before we move on to the valedictory, we have two items here, and so there's a little change. This time I would like to invite our Vice Principal, Father Ajit Korean, to share his thoughts for the day.
Good afternoon, Reverend Father, and our esteemed professors present here, and faculty members and my dear students. I am not going to be long, but I should acknowledge and sincerely apologize that I could not be present in the morning hours because of the commitment from the other part, and what was the church. I was in Saraswatipur village, so I could not be part of the morning session. I came back from the village around 11:30, 12 o'clock. I would like to congratulate and thank all of you present here in offline mode, and also all those who are in online mode for this wonderful day. I felt that it was a day dedicated or committed for serious academic engagement, where we were discussing about various scholarly articles, and students presented the various aspects of that knowledge which they have, especially in a practical manner. And it was something great, and I would like to congratulate first of all, and I would like to also thank everyone who were instrumental in organizing this event. I think this is the 6th year we are having this event, and without any stop, we are doing it well. And congratulations to especially this entire program was planned earlier by Sir Dhirodatta and his team of collaborators. I would like to thank them in a very special way. I was going through an article a few days before, which speaks about basically the growth of science education in India. And I was very quite fascinated to see that India had 2,600 years before very finest system of science education. Starting with the Taxila, the university which was teaching applied sciences, especially astronomy. So was talking about in a very minor way today, and also surgery and medicine and so on and so forth. But we see that 2,600 years before that took place, but there is a huge gap was created where science and technology did not take up as it should have been. And that is being narrated in the particular article, and they say that during the British era, the science and technology did not progress as such, or as such it should have been. The reason pointed out was that lack of sufficient textbook, lack of sufficient personnel being trained, or lack of infrastructure, and also the language being used to communicate science education, which was in English, and most of the people were not well versed in English education. And however, at the same time, we had some of the prominent scientists being, you can say that, present that particular, starting with our C.V. Raman and Wadhi and so on. We can say a number of them were there. However, after or post-independence era, there was a gigantic growth in the field of science and technology. And because of the vision of Jawaharlal Nehru, and we had a strong policy to improve the entire system of education, especially science education. And I feel that today, as we celebrate the Science Day, National Science Day, having a theme, STI, Science, Technology and Innovation, is also fitting that we as individual science scholars, what are the challenges we are facing today? I would like to highlight one or two things for our reflection and as a message for you before we depart from this particular place. Some of the major issues that need to be faced today are over centralization, lack of autonomy and flexibility, and lack of accountability in the field of science education. Because okay, we may have the energy or enthusiasm or willingness to contribute much, but how far the policies are supporting us? A question to be thought about. Access to education, removal of gender and regional disparities. That's another major issue we face today. Or high rate of dropouts and failures. We see very few people complete the science education, or shying away from science, particularly among brighter young boys and girls. Even our own example, if we take in our college, okay, there are a number of students opting for science are much less in comparison to arts and humanities and even commerce and economics. And poor quality of production and lack of relevance. And one of the major concerns we need to address or we need to question is lack of funding for education by the central government. Even as the government promised an increase in spending on education, the share of union budget allocated to education fell from 4.1% in 2014-15 to 3.4% in 2019-20. And in 2021-22 budgets recently, the union government further decreased the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Education by 6.13% when compared to the allocation in 2020-21. And the answers to the above are to be sought by providing equity and promoting excellence in science education, integration of science and technology, and integration of education and research, proper funding. I feel that just after I was sharing with the sir that this year only 15,000 crores are allotted for science education in entire India. That itself shows that how and where are we going. And that's the question need to be answered. That's the question need to be put forward to the policy makers and the rulers today. And my dear faculty members and the guests present, and it's the right time to question ourselves and see how, as individual, as Institute of Higher Education, as research scholars or those completing research and actively involved in higher level research, how we can promote science education in India. Unless and until this promotion is done, unless and until we commit ourselves to the task of bringing out something new, nothing can change, no change can take place. And it is our responsibility, it is our task. It is not only I who build some knowledge, but it is we have the responsibility or commitment to the generation who are coming up to make them realize the importance of science education, rightly put in by Amit when he was talking about cyber security and artificial intelligence by Rahul Chitri. They were telling about that is going to be order of the day. And how far as individual, how we can contribute, and also how we make the various bodies and policymakers to move in direction where we invest maximum time, energy, and fund for the science education. And that is a message I would like to leave to you this evening. I would like to conclude by quoting the words of C.V. Raman when he said, one of India's most eminent scientists, all of us know. He said once, there is only one solution for India's economic problems. That is science, and still more science. And that's the message I would like to leave with you this evening. Once again, I would like to thank you, dear faculty members and my dear students, for organizing this particular program. I'm sure that 60 to 80 students of our college benefited as a result of a sharing of your own knowledge. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Father Ajukurian, our Vice Principal, Science Engineering, and for your valuable thoughts on key issues facing the nation and some of the ways where we could focus and move forward as we think of science, technology, and innovation. So now, before we move to the valedictory part, I would like to say a few words about two documents that we are going to release today. One is the magazine, the Science Department's magazine, Science Engineering magazine, DigiTrek. We've been publishing this for the last 5 years, every semester one copy. But as we all know it, last year was the COVID year, the unusual year, so things didn't move in the usual manner. So what we did is we collected all the reports and we have made one single volume for the entire year. So that is DigiTrek 2020. And the second document that we are going to talk about is the IT policy handbook document of our institution. And today we have had, especially in the last technical session, we discussed, deliberated a lot upon the security issues related to the world of the cyber, you know, like technology and all the connected technology. So as you all know, like in our institution, the IT department actually consists of two entities. One is called the tech team, and the tech team consists of not only the faculty from the Department of Computer Science and Applications, but any other faculty from any other department who can contribute technically in any manner. So we have representations from various different departments, from mathematics, from mass communications, from English department, and so on. And the other component which we have added recently is called the Salesian Tech. That unit actually looks after the entrepreneurial activities and also the industry interface. So as we are growing, as our dependency on technology is increasing day by day, and as our institution is also growing in numbers, we have felt the need to have these two wings working, you know, simultaneously under the umbrella of the IT department of the institution. So here is our first attempt on the IT policies. So this handbook basically consists of a collection of policies. You all know it, we all know it, that policies are basically general guidelines, and policies and the details are written in the, you know, like procedures. The detail stuffs are there available in the procedures. So though we are calling this as a policy handbook, this consists of basic some policies and some component of procedures also. And you know, the world of the IT is very, very vast. And then there are various different types of policies that are applicable to various different types of industries, and to what extent you want to secure your system. So it applies to be at various levels and at various entities. However, we have simplified it and narrowed it down only to what is applicable to us as an academic institution. So this is a very simplified first attempt that will be applicable, and you will get to see it after its release. So this time I would like to invite our principal father, Dr. George Tharatil, to kindly come forward and release these two documents.
Before I do that, I would like to say two words in response to the valedictory address made by Father Aju Kurian and Dean Mr. Dhirodatta Subba. First of all, this is the first year that we have had a vice principal only for the science departments, and that from the point of view of the college and its growth and the management's perspective has been a thought out and timely intervention with Father Aju, with his own science background, being part of the team and with his experience also as the vice principal of the entire college twice before, being able to guide and lead. And I think, and I believe, precisely because of that, despite the hurdles of the COVID that we went through and the lockdown that we experienced, We have had a good and a smooth flow, whether it was during the immediate transition to online teaching or into the recent blended mode of teaching. Therefore, I would like to thank Father for his leadership in the science delivery and for carrying on these responsibilities, along with, of course, his own personal research that is going on side by side. Secondly, I would like to, in a very special way, on this occasion, because this is the first time, at least those of us present here as the science team and the science departments of the college here, would like to thank and appreciate the Dean of IT Coordination, Mr. Dhirodata Subba, going back again to the way in which we did the transition from the beginning of this lockdown that we experienced. And the idea of the digital policy emerged as a result of interactions with these so-called providers, and about whom I hinted earlier in response to what Dr. Arnab was saying, as well as what other institutions have been doing in India as well as abroad. So we need to be convinced that, just like as Father mentioned and as all of us know, because we are committed to science, we have been consistent in doing and honoring this. And at this occasion, I would like to especially thank Dr. Pradeep Basu for being here as a local person from our, Siliguri College, being part of this journey, and also to Dr. Mr. Maji, who has joined. So, though they are just two persons, is indicative of this kind of a collaborative venture that we have been attempting right from the beginning. So that's what is being recorded in this digital policy, which will also go online. And I also want to once again thank everyone from my side who organized this event, all the resource persons who came, and especially faculty members who presented, and in a very special way, I would like to appreciate Bikramjit Chandra. Again, this is, I think, fourth or fifth lecture, the third lecture that he has been giving, again in his own field of interest. That again confirms what Dr. Arnab was telling us in the morning. Do what you like, what you enjoy, and persist in that. And whether it is the students who presented because they are interested in that field, and I guess that's how it grows, or like Pradeep, interested in his own field. And all of us and all of you, besides the multitasking an institution like ours calls for and entails of routine administrative tasks that have come along with you, and I'm sure your own pet projects are also maturing. Whether it is the head of the Department of Maths, whose book we are awaiting. So many things are happening, and I would like to appreciate and congratulate all of you. And my dear students who are still there listening to me, it is your day, and it's you who are the beneficiaries of these little steps and efforts that, as a department, the faculty are putting forward. And we acknowledge and we appreciate all those who have gone before us. And in that way, in a very special way, I would like to also thank Professor Das for being here from the beginning to the end of this program, supporting you and assisting you. Thank you. Father, also, we can give the copy.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, respected fathers, and thank you, Professor Das. So now we are in the actual valedictory session. We have the honorable guests, four of our honorable guests. Dr. Arnab Chakraborty in the first session, our keynote speaker, Dr. Mona Chetri from the University of Western Australia, Professor Somendra Bhattacharya from the University, Ashoka University, and Mr. Sandeep Sengupta, Managing Director, Indian School of Ethical Hacking. To you, sirs and madam, we have your printed certificate ready here, but we cannot hand it over to you this way. So we will be sending you by post and with a memento also. And thank you for giving us your time and talent and being with us today and enriching us in our journey to be good citizens of the nation and to be good in the science and technology. So we are going to hand over these certificates to only those who are physically present here. So again, once again, I would like to invite fathers here to and hand over the father vice principal and father principal. Okay, father vice principal here. And I would like to request Snigdha ma'am to come over here with the certificates, and I read out the names. When I read out the names, kindly pass on the certificate, okay, in the same order, okay, ma'am? Yes. Okay. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Pratip Basu, Assistant Professor in Botany, Siliguri College. Second, I would like to invite Mr. Vikramjit Chandra, our own fellow colleague. Third, I would like to invite our own student Amit Singh for doing a good presentation today. Now I would like to invite Rahul Chetri, our own student, for again making the presentation here. Okay. Now I would like to invite Dr. Joydeep Maji from Siliguri College for being with us throughout the day. Okay, the next is Madam Dipanita Ghosh. Though she is not present here, but we would like to hand it over to Dr. Pratip Basu. Okay, next I would like to invite our own student Nauraj Ritel for participating in the conference and sitting here through the day.
Next, I'd like to invite our own student, Jatin Mirania. I think we will do. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. We are done with the certificates. So finally, I would like to invite our fellow colleague, Mr. Bikramjit Chandra, for the final vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I am Bikramjit Chandra from the Department of Physics of Salesian College. It is with great privilege that I am here to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the Departments of Sciences for today's ceremony. While on paper, Tist or Trends in Science and Technology is done by the departments of CSA, Economics, Maths, and Physics, it is without a doubt that this event would not be possible without the support and also the encouragement of many people outside of the departments. First of all, I'd like to give our greatest thanks to our keynote speaker and our three plenary speakers, Dr. Arnav Chakrabarti, Professor Somendra Mohan Bhattacharya, Dr. Mona Chetri, and Mr. Sandeep Sengupta, who have all taken time out of their incredibly busy schedules to not only give a talk, but also prepare for it, which also takes time. So a big thanks to all four of them for gracing our conference online. Thank you so much. Additionally, I'd also take this time to thank some of the other speakers present today. Of course, Dr. Pradeep Basu, who's been here for many years, and I think also deserves another round of applause. And also Ms. Mansi Devnath, who gave a speech today, and our three students here, Alok, Amit, and Rahul. Thank you so much for taking the time to make the presentation. I know it's a scary thing to give a presentation, but you did it. And finally, of course, our greatest thanks to the administration and especially the fathers of the college who have always encouraged and support all of our endeavors, not just in Tist. So a big thanks to our father principal here and our rector, Father George Thurhill, and of course to our vice principal of sciences, Father Ajay Kurian. A big thanks to both of them. They, along with the IQAC, the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, and the Salesian Research Center have been very, very instrumental in not just helping us set up Tist, but also in other functions that our various departments have been part of. I'd also like to thank the other fathers, also Father George Chempakathanna, who has been happily signing our bill. And I also like to thank Father Babu Joseph, Father Chaco, and Father Sochu, who have been very, very encouraging for this event. Finally, I'd like to thank everybody who helped out in the IT section, and especially Jatin over here, who's been sitting there all day, not moving. And I'd like to thank Mr. Praveen and Mr. Simon, if they are here. Well, they've been running around since the morning, and I know they're not here because they're probably running around helping out in some other event. So thank you very much once again for all of those who attended and spent the day with us. Thank you everyone for all the support and encouragement. And if I missed out any name today, please scream at me outside the room. All right. Thank you so much. And I think we can end the event, sir. Shall we end the event, sir? Yes. And can I end the event online? Okay. All right, thank you very much.